Mercury Theatre on the Air presents Orson Welles as Count Dracula in his own version of Bram Stoker's great novel, Dracula.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arthur Seward. I'm here tonight to bear witness to the truth of certain events which you may find it hard to believe, but I ask you to believe them. I have here certain documents, telegrams, clippings from the press of the day, memoranda, and letters in various hands. All needless matters have been eliminated, so that a history almost at variance with the possibilities of contemporary belief may stand forth as simple fact. I present you first with excerpts from the private journal of Jonathan Harker.
I, Jonathan Harker, lawyer's clerk, article to Peter Hawkins, Esquire of Exeter, England, am writing this journal in the hope that if misfortune overtakes me, it may one day come to the eyes of those who love me. I set out from London on the last day of April to visit one of our clients in Eastern Europe. On May the 3rd, I arrived in Budapest and came after nightfall to Klausenburg on the borders of Transylvania. At Bistritz, there was a letter of welcome for me from our client, informing me that his carriage would await me at the Borgo Pass. It was signed Dracula.
Bukovina! Couch for Bukovina!
The road was rough, but still we seemed to fly over it with feverish haste. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement among the passengers. They kept speaking to the driver and looking at me and urging him on to greater speed. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather strings. The mountains seemed to come nearer to us on either side. Coachman! Coachman! What is it? Where are we?
You're nearing your destination, young hare. This is the Borgo Pass.
There were black, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. Now, we were through the pass.
The young hare is not expected after all.
You are early tonight, my friend.
A caleche with 4 horses had drawn up beside us.
Let me help you, sir.
The coachman smiled, and the lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth as white as ivory. We began to move. I looked back. The coach and its load of passengers had vanished from sight. We swept into the darkness of the pass. I struck a match. It was within a few minutes of midnight. And then a dog began to howl somewhere far down the road. The wind was rising. It moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees clashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine powdery snow began to fall. The baying of wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing round us on every side. We kept on ascending, always ascending. The howling of wolves was growing less. Presently, it ceased altogether. And just then, the moon broke through the black clouds, and by its light I saw round us a ring of wolves running alongside the carriage, in silence, with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long sinewy limbs and shaggy hair.
Welcome to my house.
I must have fallen asleep. The carriage had pulled up in the courtyard of a vast ruined castle. The coachman was nowhere to be seen.
Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring.
Count Dracula?
I am Dracula.
His face was strong, very strong, aquiline. The mouth, so far as I could see under the heavy mustache, was fixed and rather cruel-looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth.
You hear them, Mr. Harker.
The wolves?
The children of the night, as you say, Mr. Harker. The wolves. Listen. Come now. There are many things you must tell me tomorrow. Of England and of the estate there you have purchased for me.
Why, yes.
The estate is called Carfax, I believe.
Yes, that is so.
But now I will detain you no longer. You will find your room in readiness. And I advise you not to leave it during the night.
This castle is on the very edge of a terrible precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. I explored. There are doors everywhere, and all of them locked. The door to the great hall, the door to the courtyard, every door in the castle is closed, bolted against me. The castle of Dracula is a prison, and I am a prisoner. The next night, I could not sleep. So after a few hours, I got up and, lighting my candle, I placed my shaving mirror on the dressing table and was just beginning to shave.
You seem restless, Mr. Harker.
I hadn't seen him, although the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. I turned to the glass again. Count Dracula was close to me, and I could see him over my shoulder, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. It was blank. I started and cut myself on the side of the throat. The blood was trickling down my neck. Count, my mirror!
The blood! The blood! Wipe the blood from your face, Mr. Harker. And take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country.
When I awoke, I found most of my things were gone. My passport, my notes, my letter of credit. I could find no trace of them anywhere. And my door is locked from the outside. June 20th. There is work of some kind going on in the castle. Now and then I hear the faraway muffled sound of mattock and spade. And last night, the second of the predated letters which Dracula made me write, the second of that series which is to blot out the very traces of my existence from the earth, went forth. Count Dracula.
Yes, my young friend.
Well, what of me? When am I free? When can I leave this place?
Free? Mr. Harker, you're always free. You want to leave? Would you like to leave tonight?
Yes, in God's name.
My dear young friend, not an hour shall you wait in my house against your will. Come, follow me. The door seems to be bolted. How strange. The door is locked.
Well, in God's name, open it.
As you will, Mr. Harker. You English have a proverb which is very close to my heart. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. Good night, Mr. Harker.
Shut the door! Shut the door! I tell you, shut the door! Shut!
The door is shut, Mr. Harker. I take it you will remain.
Morning, June the 30th. These may be the last words I ever write in this diary. Oh, God preserve my sanity. I have never seen Count Dracula by day. At sunrise, at the first cockcrow, he is gone. I do not understand these things. I only know that the wolves obey him, and that he is a man with hair on the palm of his hands, with sharp teeth, and no blood in his face. He casts no shadow. He cannot be seen in a glass, and he moves like a bat across the sheer face of the castle walls. He eats no food, and is mortally afraid of the crucifix. As I write this, I hear in the courtyard the rolling of heavy wheels and the cracking of whips. And there is in the passageway below a sound of heavy boxes being set down. Boxes shaped like coffins. And I know what they hold. The boxes are filled with holy earth from the chapel beneath the castle. Is the last box being nailed down. And now I hear the heavy feet tramping again. The door shut. The chains rattle. In the courtyard and down the rocky way, the roll of heavy wheels, the crack his whip.
Help! Help! Help!
The wagons have gone.
I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone in the castle. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Seward. Mr. Harker's journal terminates at this point. I now present in evidence a clipping dated August 8th of that year from the Yorkshire Telegraph from our correspondent in Whitby. One of the greatest and suddenest storms on record was experienced here today. The weather has been somewhat sultry, but Saturday evening was fine. The band was playing. The piers were crowded with holidaymakers. The wind fell away entirely during the evening, and there was a dead calm. There were but few lights at sea. The only sail noticeable was a foreign schooner under full canvas, which was seemingly going westward. A little after midnight came a strange sound from over the sea, and high overhead the air began to carry a strange, faint, hollow booming. Then, without warning, the tempest broke. And there, with all sails set, was the foreign schooner rushing with terrific speed toward the shore. A searchlight was turned on her. And there, lashed to the helm, was a corpse, with drooping head which swayed horribly to and fro at each motion of the ship. A moment later, she crashed. And then a strange thing was seen. At the very instant she touched, a huge dog sprang up on deck from below and, running forward, jumped from the bow onto the sand and, making straight up the east cliff toward the graveyard, vanished into the night. The Coast Guard, going aboard at dawn, found the dead man fastened to a spoke of the wheel. Tightly clutched in one hand was a crucifix. The man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In the pocket of the dead man's coat was found a bottle, carefully corked, containing a roll of paper. This proved to be an addendum to the ship's log. There was found on board only a small amount of cargo, and that of a most unusual nature. Apparently the ship carried nothing but earth, common earth, packed away in wooden boxes, shaped much like coffins.
Log of the Demeter. Russian flag, Black Sea, to Whitby. July 6th. Finished taking in cargo, a queer cargo, boxes of earth. At noon, set sail, east wind, fresh. Crew, 4 hands, 2 mates, cook, and myself, captain. July 11th. Entered Bosporus. At dark, passed through Dardanelles. Mate reported in morning that one of crew, Balyoden, was missing.
Took larboard watch 8 bells last night. He was relieved by Chilic. Never came to his bunk.
Something aboard this ship.
No. Don't laugh, Captain. In the rain last night.
Oh?
A tall, thin man go up companionway and along the deck forward and disappeared. When I go to the bow, no one. And the hatchways all closed.
July 22nd. Rough weather last 3 days. All hands busy with sails. No time be frightened. Past Gibraltar and out through Straits. All well. July 24th. Last night, another hand was lost. Disappeared.
By Chilic. Leave off watch midnight. Then we never see him again. What's double watch now? I don't take watch alone no more. Double watch. Double watch.
July 29th. Had single watch tonight as crew too tired to double. When morning comes...
Hey! Hey, below! Barangay! Is Barangay below? Barangay's gone! Barangay's gone like the others.
Like all the others.
The mate and I have agreed to go armed henceforth, July 30th. Last night, we are nearing England. Weather fine. All sails set.
Captain! Captain! The man in the watching the stairs is missing! Lost missing!
Now, only self and mate and 1 hand left to work ship. August 3rd. 2 days of fog and not a sail sighted. At midnight, I went to relieve the man at wheel, and when I got to it, found no one there.
It's here! I know it now. I saw it. Like a man tall and thin and ghastly pale. It was in the bows looking out. I gave it the knife, and my knife went through it.
What?
Empty as air.
What is it? What are you talking about?
It's here, and I'll find it. It's in the hold, in one of those boxes of earth. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. And see.
He is mad. Stark raving mad. It's no use my trying to stop him. He can't hurt those big boxes. They are invoiced as common earth.
He's there, down in the hold. I know the secret now. The sea will save me from him. That's all that's left. That's all that's left.
August 4th. I am all alone on my ship, and still the fog. I dared not go below. I dared not leave the helm. So here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night, I saw it. I saw him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It was better to die like a sailor in the blue water. But I am captain, and I must not leave my ship. I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail, and along with them I shall tie that which it dare not touch, my crucifix. I am growing weaker, and the night is coming on. God and the Blessed Virgin help a poor ignorant soul trying to do his duty.
Telegram, keyword perfect, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. Lucy Westenra in alarming condition. Cannot diagnose. Come at once. Seward.
Telegram, Van Helsing, Amsterdam, to Stuart, perfect. I'm on my way to you. Please arrange the examination immediately my arrival, Van Helsing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must now explain that 6 months before the events recorded here, I had become engaged to a young lady, Lucy Westenra. We were to have been married in the spring. My old teacher, Professor Van Helsing, arrived at 4 the next afternoon. I took him at once to Lucy's house. She lay in a bed asleep. She was ghastly, chalkily pale. The red seemed to have gone even from her lips and gums, and the bones of her face stood out.
Young miss is bad. Very bad. She must have blood or she will die. Yet she is not anemic. The qualitative analysis of her blood gives quite normal condition. It is strange. I do not like to think how strange.
Look! My God, her throat, look!
The black velvet band that she always wore had dragged up a little and showed a red mark on her throat. Just over the external jugular vein were 2 punctures, not large, but not wholesome looking. The edges were white and worn looking. Well, what is it, Professor? What's wrong with her? Speak frankly. You can tell me the worst.
I wish I could, Stuart. I wish I could. But I do not dare.
But won't you tell me anything?
I will tell you this. Your young lady is in a danger greater than death. You must believe me. If you leave her for 1 moment and harm befalls, you will not sleep easy thereafter.
September 8th. I sat up all night with Lucy.
Arthur, I'm afraid.
My dear, you can sleep tonight. I'm here watching you. Nothing can happen. And I promise if any sign of bad dreams, if I see anything, I'll wake you at once.
You will? Will you really? Then I'll sleep.
I sat all night by her bedside. And she did not wake once during the night, although the boughs or a bat or something flapped almost angrily against the window panes. September 11th. Still quoting from my private journals. It was this time that I received a message from Purfleet. It read, 10:20 p.m., St. John's Hospital, serious complications, case 891, your immediate presence, London, imperative. I had no choice. Sometime later, a paper was found among Lucy Westenra's belongings.
I write this and leave it to be seen so that no one may by any chance get into trouble through me. I went to bed as usual, taking care that the window was closed, as Dr. Van Helsing had directed. About 2 a.m, I awakened. I went to the door, called out, "Arthur! Arthur!" There was no answer. Something's broken the window. I'm in the room, alone. I dare not go out. The house seems empty. The air is full of specks, floating, circling in the draught from the window. And the light burns blue and dim. What am I to do? Something very sweet and very bitter all around me. Nothing sinking into deep water. And there's singing in my ears.
You shall be flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood.
September 12th. Late. Only resolution and habit can let me make an entry tonight. We found her sprawled on the floor. There was a draft in the room from the broken window. Her throat was bare, showing the 2 wounds, looking horribly white and mangled.
We are too late, my friend. We have failed. God's will be done.
She's dying.
Yes. She's dying. Stay beside her. It will make much difference, mark me, whether she dies conscious or in her sleep.
It was late in the afternoon before she opened her eyes.
Arthur, oh, my love, I'm so glad you've come.
I took her hand and knelt beside her. Her breath came and went like a tired, peaceful child. And then the light from the setting sun fell on her face, and then, insensibly, a strange change came over her. Her eyes grew suddenly dull and hard. Her breathing was heavy. The mouth opened, and the pale gums drawn back made the teeth look large and sharp.
Arthur, oh, my love, I'm so glad you've come. Kiss me. Bend down and kiss me.
Not for your life. Not for your living soul and hers. Lucy! She's dead.
Poor girl. There's peace for at last. The end.
Not so. It is only the beginning. Wait and see. Westminster Gazette, September 25th.
A Hempstead mystery. The Kensington horror, the stabbing woman, and the woman in black are vividly recalled to mind by a series of events that have taken place recently in the neighborhood of Hempstead. Several cases have occurred of young children straying from home or failing to return from their playing on the heath. In all these cases, the children have given as their excuse that they have been with a beautiful lady who offered them chocolate. In each case, the child was found to be slightly torn or wounded in the throat. The wound seemed such as might be made by a rat or a small dog.
The Hempstead horror. Another child injured by the beautiful lady. We have just received intelligence that another child missed last night was only discovered late in the morning. It has the same tiny wound in the throat. Well, Stuart, What do you think of that? Do you mean to tell me, my friend, that you still have no suspicion as to what poor Lucy died of?
Nervous prostration, following great loss and waste of blood.
And how was the blood lost or wasted? You are a clever man, my friend, and a good doctor. But you do not believe that there are things that you cannot understand. You are wrong, Stuart. Are you aware of all the mysteries of life and death? Can you tell me why in the pampas there are bats that come at night and open the veins of cattle and horses and suck dry those veins? How in some islands of the western seas there are bats which hang on trees all day, and then when the sailors sleep on deck because it is hot, flit down on them, and then in the morning are found dead men, as white as Miss Lucy was?
I understand none of these things.
After tonight, Stuart, if you dare to come with me, perhaps then you will understand.
September 29th. Before dawn. Now it is done. And I would sooner die 1,000 deaths than live again through what I did this night.
We will spend the night, you and I, here in this churchyard where Miss Lucy is buried. We enter the tomb.
And then?
We open the coffin. You shall yet be convinced.
Take care, Van Helsing.
Miss Lucy is dead, is it not so? Then there can be no wrong to her. But if she is not dead...
With some difficulty, we found the Westenra tomb. I took up my place behind a yew tree. On one side of the tomb, Van Helsing on the other. I was chilled and frightened. Suddenly, I saw something moving between two yew trees. A dim, white figure which held something at its breast. The figure stopped. I could not see the face, for it was bent down over what I saw to be a fair-haired child. There was a sharp little cry, such as a child gives in sleep, or a dog as it lies before the fire and dreams. Then the thing saw us. She drew back with an angry snarl. The lovely, blood-stained mouth grew to an open square. If ever a face meant death, I saw it at that moment. Then suddenly she turned and vanished in the direction of the tomb.
Child is not harmed. We leave him in a safe place where the police find him. There's more to do. Come.
Now we were in the tomb. Then in the coffin, the thing lay. Like a nightmare of Lucy, the pointed teeth, the blood-stained mouth. Van Helsing never looked up. From his bag, he took out a book, his operating knives, a heavy hammer, and a round wooden stake, some 2 or 3 inches thick, sharpened to a fine point, and hardened over a fire.
Stuart! The life of this unhappy woman is just begun. When she become what you call undead, there comes with the change the curse of immortality. She cannot die, but must go on age after age, adding new victims. Because all that die from the preying of the undead become themselves undead and prey on others. So the circle goes on, ever widening as the ripples from a stone thrown in the water. But if this lady, this undead, be made to rest as true dead, then the soul of the poor lady whom we love shall be again free.
Tell me, what am I to do?
Take this stake in your left hand, the hammer in your right.
Yes.
Place the point over the heart.
Yes.
Then, when I begin the prayer for the dead, in God's name strike. Are you ready? Now, Domine Jesu Christe, Fili de vivi, qui manus tuas ex voluntate Patri.
On the morning of July 11th, a man was found on the border of Transylvania. He talked wildly of wolves and boxes of earth and blood, and gave his name as Jonathan Harker. In the hospital at Klausenberg, he improved sufficiently to make possible his removal to England. I'm still quoting from my own personal papers. But there his condition remained so serious that he was committed for observation to a private ward in my hospital at Purfleet. Here he did so well that in 3 weeks he was completely recovered. It was during this time that his wife, Minna Harker, brought to the attention of Dr. Van Helsing and myself the journal that her husband had kept while a prisoner in the castle of a certain Count Dracula in Transylvania. I have before me the record of a meeting that took place in my study in Purfleet, transcribed by Minna Harker.
October 1st. Meeting began soon after 8. Jonathan next to me. Dr. Seward opposite to Van Helsing at the head of the table.
My friends, there are such things as vampires. Had I known at first what now I know, one so precious life had been spared to many of us who love her. The vampire which is amongst us is of himself so strong that he can direct all the elements. The storm, the fog, the thunder. He can command all the meaner things, the moth and bat, the owl and the fox and the wolf. How, then, are we to begin our strive to destroy him? How shall we find his place? And having found it, how can we destroy? My friends, it is a terrible task that we undertake. To fail here is not mere life or death. If we fail, we become as him. Foul things of the night, as him. What do you say?
I answer for myself.
Count me in. I'm with you.
The professor laid a small golden crucifix on the table. We took hands, and our solemn pact was made.
My friends, we too are not without strength. The vampire flourishes on the blood of the living. Without this, he cannot live. He throws no shadow. He makes no reflection in a mirror. He can transform himself to a wolf, to a bat. He can come on moonlight rays as elemental dust. He can see in the dark. He can do all these things. Yet he is not free. His power ceases at the coming of the day. Then, until night, he must remain in the shape in which he finds himself, and except in his coffin home, in those earth boxes, he cannot rest. When we can confine him in his coffin, then, my friends, if we obey what we know, we will destroy him.
At that moment, something slapped wildly against the window. Then...
Did you hit it? I don't know.
We looked out of the window. Against the black sky, we could see nothing.
Data in our possession. From the Count's castle in Transylvania to Whitby came 50 boxes of earth. All of these, to our certain knowledge, were delivered at Carfax. Recently, 12 of these boxes have been removed. First step, ascertain whether all the rest remain in the deserted house next door or whether any more have been removed. We must trace each of these boxes and sterilize the earth with holy water so that he can no longer seek safety in it. And we must hurry.
The events of the next few days are described in Jonathan Harker's journal.
October 2nd, 5 a.m. Just returned from the empty house. Left Mina here at home. Well, we've done our work at Carfax. The place was filthy. The air stagnant and foul and alive with rats. We counted the boxes. Only 38 of them. And over each one, the professor went through his same mysterious work. It was dawn when we got back. I found Mina asleep. She looks paler than usual.
October 2nd. Soon after they left, I fell asleep. I remember hearing the sudden barking of the dogs. And then there was silence. I got up and looked out of the window. There was a thin streak of white mist moving across the grass along the wall of the house. It dawned on me that the air in the room was heavy and dank and cold. The gaslight came only like a tiny red spark through the fog. I could see through my eyelids. The mist grew thicker and thicker. Then, as I looked, the spark divided and seemed to shine on me through the fog like two red eyes.
You shall be flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, blood of my blood.
October 2nd, 8 p.m.
We're on the track. 12 boxes were delivered last week to an empty house at 347 Piccadilly. My dear friend, until the sun sets tonight, Dracula must retain whatever form he now has. We have this day to hunt out all his lairs and sterilize them. Then he will have no place where he can move and hide. But we have only until sunset.
The house in Piccadilly was empty. Like the one at Pursley, the same sickening smell was in the air. On a table we found a clothes brush, a brush, and a comb and a basin. The latter containing dirty water, which was reddened as if with blood.
The boxes are back here. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Only 11.
There's the 12th box somewhere.
Gentlemen, it is after 6. The sun is setting. We've no time to lose. He will return at any moment. Open the boxes.
Quiet.
Here it is. It is he! The window!
You waste your bullets. Gentlemen, you think you baffle me? You with your pale faces all in a row like sheep in a butcher's. You think you have left me without a place to rest. But I have more. And time is on my side. The one you love is mine already. I have known her. Already my mark is on her throat. Flesh of my flesh. Blood of my blood. She is with me always. Over land or sea.
October 4th morning. Another meeting in the study of Turkey.
We must find that last remaining box, gentlemen. We must find it. As long as that earth exists impure, as long as there remains one place of refuge for Dracula, there is no safety and no peace for any soul in England.
And for the undead, never peace so long as he lives. Blood of my blood. Blood of my blood.
Mina, how do you know that?
Quiet. With me always. Over land and sea.
Mina, darling, how did you know that Dracula said those...
I don't know. The word just came. Strange. There are times when somehow I feel that I'm with him.
At sunset?
Yes. Just at sunset. And again at sunrise. Dr. Van Helsing, if I could... If at that time you...
Have you the courage?
Courage for what? What do you mean?
Dr. Van Helsing here will question her.
I will question her, yes. In a state of hypnosis. The one you love is already mine, he said. She is with me always, over land or sea. Ah, Count Dracula. Perhaps she will betray you if she is really with you, this one we love. Who knows? If she is really with you over land or sea.
Blood of my blood.
Mina.
Yes?
Answer me, Mina. Are you with him?
Yes, I am with him.
Where are you?
I do not know. It is all dark.
What do you hear?
The lapping of water. I can hear it on the outside.
Then you are on a ship.
Yes.
What else do you hear?
There is the creaking of an anchor
What are you
chain.
doing?
Still. Oh, so still. It is like death. It's like death.
Here is a report from Matson Peabody, shipbrokers. Dated October 5th, according to Lloyd's list, the only sailing ship that left for the Black Sea yesterday was the Tsarina Katrina, bound for Varna. Some hours before she sailed, a man came alongside, all in black, driving a cart with a great box in it. This he lifted down single-handed and carried below. No one remembers having seen him after that, as heavy mist came up over Doolittle Dock until sailing time. the rest of London Harbour remained completely clear.
Our plans are made. The average sailing time from London to the Black Sea is 3 weeks. We can travel overland to the same place in 3 days. We shall be there waiting for him when he arrives.
October 15th, arrive Varn about 5 o'clock. Mina seems stronger. Every morning before sunrise and just before sunset, she speaks to Van Helsing in a trance.
Are you with him, Mina? Tell me, are you with him?
I am with him.
What can you see?
Nothing. All is dark.
What can you hear?
I can hear the waves lapping against the ship and the water rushing by. The wind is high. I can hear it in the shrouds and the bow throws back the foam.
So, the Tsarina Katrina is still at sea, hastening on her way to Varna. The Count cannot cross warning water, so he cannot leave the ship without being observed.
What do you hear, Mina?
Lapping waves and rushing water. Darkness and wind.
A whole week of waiting. Daily telegrams from Lloyd.
Not yet reported.
Rushing water and creaking mast. Darkness and wind.
October 24th. Telegram. Lloyd, London to Harker. Tsarina Katrina reported this morning. From Dardanelles. Lloyd, London to Harker, October 28th.
Tsarina Katrina in heavy fog reported entering Galatz Harbor at 1 o'clock today.
Galatz is 38 hours from here, and the first train for Galatz leaves at 6:30 tomorrow morning. My friends, we have lost.
I am with him. I can see nothing. I can hear men's voices calling, and the roar and creak of oars in the rock. I can feel the air blowing upon me.
October 29th, evening. We are due between 2 and 3 in the morning, but already at Bucharest we are 3 hours late.
Something's going on. I can feel it past me like a cold wind. I can hear far off confused sounds. Men talking in strange tongues. Tears falling water and the howling of wolves. There's another sound. A queer sound. Light.
Like what? Speak, Mina. Speak, I command you. I command you to speak.
Arrived in Galatz. Saw Captain Tsarina Katrina.
A man come aboard with an order an hour before sunup to receive a box for a party by the name of Dracula. Not his peppers, a rate. Emmanuel Hiddlesheim, his name was.
Mr. Hiddlesheim?
Yes.
You unloaded the box yesterday.
I gave it to Kyloff by order. Kyloff.
Mr. Kyloff?
Kyloff. This morning they find him dead inside the churchyard of St. Peter. They find him dead with his throat torn open.
October 30th evening. There are 2 ways in which Dracula can get back to his own place. By land or by water.
We've examined the map and find the most likely river is the Ceres.
You and I, Seward, will charter a steam launch and follow him up the river. Van Helsing and Mina will take the train to Veresti, and from there they will
From there we shall go in the track where Harker went, from Bistritz over to Borgo. If you have not caught him before, we shall be awaiting Dracula there.
October 31st. We arrived at Veresti at noon, then Helsing and I. Bought a carriage here and start in an hour. Our enemy is still on the river.
October 31st. We can run a good speed up the river at night. There's plenty of water and the banks are wide apart.
November 1st, evening. No news all day. We hear that a big boat went up the river before us, going at more than usual speed.
November 4th. All day driving. The country gets wilder as we go. By morning we shall reach the Borgo Pass.
November the 4th, evening. We've left the launch. We've got horses and we follow on the track along the river. We are armed.
Look! Quick! There they are now! Heading west!
With the dawn, we could see the Slovaks some miles before us, dashing along the river with their wagons. On it is the great box.
afternoon, we reached the Burgo Pass.
Van Helsing, look!
We could see a long way all around us. Far off, beyond the white waste of snow, was the river like a black ribbon curling. Between us and the river, not afar off, came a group of men, mounted Slovaks hurrying along. In the midst of them was a wagon which swept from side to side. On the wagon was a great box.
Look!
We see two horsemen following fast, coming up from the south. Stewart and Harker, the Slovaks with their heavy wagon, are losing their ground. Now the horsemen are not more than a mile behind. Now the wagon is quite close to us. We can see the great box swaying gracefully. Now they are almost upon us. Now has happened a strange thing. The wagon smashed into a great rock dead in the snow, lost its front wheels, and turned over on its side, jammed against the stone. The horses tore loose from their traces and bolted, and the Slovaks scatter and vanish after them. Then silence. Silence like comes after ringing a bell.
Look, his face.
It is Dracula, sprawled out stiff and twisted in the smear of his own holy earth. The box, in falling, has emptied the dirt onto the snow. His face is old-looking. The skin is like paper. Dr. Seward, there's no time. Look at the sun.
Sunset.
In 1 minute there's darkness and he is forever lost to us. Have you the stake of wood and the hammer?
Here.
Now, Seward, pray for us. Kneel down and pray. Harker, the stake of wood over his heart. Be not afraid, Harker. Do not look into his eyes. The hammer. Now, Harker, strike. Strike!
Flesh of my flesh. Guilt of my guilt. Death of my death. Speak and be manifest in the instant of your master's peril. Elements of darkness, rain, evil wind, mist, and mold, and tempest.
Strike!
The others couldn't. But somehow I can hear him speaking behind his eyes.
Claw, wing, tooth, scale, tissue of flesh, death of my death, dead and undead. The hand of the living is over your master. Console him, my children. This instant is no longer than the space between two heartbeats. But the night is not here, and I am lonely. Come to your master, my children. Beguile him now in the instant of his peril. Beguile him with the sound of your names. Claw, wing, tooth, scale, tissue of flesh.
Strike, Harker, strike!
There is one very dear to me who has not answered. My love, Mina. There is less than a minute between me and the night. You must speak for me. You must speak with my heart.
Give them to me! Jonathan, give them to me! That stake of wood and the hammer!
Harker!
I shall never forget that moment. The look on poor Mina's face as she stood there, the angry scar standing out on her throat, her eyes like living coals in the last red of the sunset. She had torn the stake and the hammer out of my hands with the strength of an animal.
Mina, do you know what you've done, woman? You know what you've done to us? You've released him, the evilest fiend. Look!
The sun! As we looked down at Dracula, the eyes saw the sinking sun, and the hate in them turned to triumph.
Flesh of my flesh. Come to me, my love. Come into the night and the darkness. You have served me well, my love. My bride, my...
Ladies and gentlemen, all the evidence in this case is now before you. I've added nothing. And to the best of my knowledge, I've omitted nothing that might help to throw light on the extraordinary events of the year 1891, which culminated on that terrible evening in the Borgo Pass. There remains only this one last report.
When Mina Harker seized the stake and hammer from her husband, I believe she was under some form of hypnosis. She herself remembers nothing. But whatever influence was at work on her, she must, at the last moment, have rejected it. For at the exact instant the sun disappeared, it was Mina Harker who drove the stake through the heart of the thing that called itself Dracula. At that same instant, even as we looked, the wound on the side of her throat was no more. As for Dracula, before the scream of the creature had died from our ears, the whole body crumbled into dust and passed from our sight. In that final moment of dissolution, there was in the face a look of peace, such as I never could have imagined might have rested there.
Tonight's production of Dracula by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre was the first of 9 CBS broadcasts in which this brilliant group will bring to life a series of great narratives, all presented in the immediacy of the first-person singular. In presenting them each Monday evening at this time during the summer season, the Columbia Network is bringing a complete theatrical producing company to the air for the first time. And now here is the director to tell you about next week's Mercury Theatre production, Mr. Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, what are your favorite stories? If there's one you're particularly fond of and would like to hear on the air, will you please write me about it? Next week, the Mercury Theatre is going to tell you Robert Louis Stevenson's exciting yarn about pirates and the sea, Treasure Island. Until then, just in case Count Dracula has left you a little apprehensive, one word of comfort. When you go to bed tonight, don't worry. Put out the lights and go to sleep. It's all right. You can rest peacefully. That's just a sound effect. There. Over there in the shadow, see? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. I think it's nothing. But always remember, ladies and gentlemen, there are werewolves. There are vampires. Such things do exist.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Ronald Colman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half-hour, Favorite Story. During the next half hour, we have only one intention: to frighten you out of your wits. For this week's favorite story is probably the most startling tale of horror ever dreamed on this planet. And strangely enough, it was written by a woman, the wife of one of the greatest poets of our language. Yes, before the minute hand of your watch completes its next half circle, you're coming face to face with Frankenstein's monster. If you enjoy feeling your blood pressure rise, your pulse quicken, you'll certainly enjoy Mary Shelley's ghastly adventure of Dr. Frankenstein. And would you like to know who picked Frankenstein as his favorite story? No, it wasn't Boris Karloff or Bela Lugosi. No, it's a man who has given you thousands of laughs over your radio, Mr. Fred Allen. We were a little surprised when Fred told us that Frankenstein was his favorite story, but he explained that he loves to be horrified when he listens to the radio, and that's why he never misses the Jack Benny programs. Well, are all of you ready to have your spines chilled? Then here's the first act of Frankenstein.
Val, come in. My old friend, I didn't think you'd come. Have you nothing to say to me? A greeting for an old friend?
I should not have come here.
Oh, no, don't go. Don't leave me. Am I so disgusting to you, Clerval?
You have changed, Victor.
Victor. What a mockery my own name is. Victor Frankenstein. I should change it, my friend, to Vanquished Frankenstein. Good name for me, Clerval? Eh? Oh, it was not like this when we were at the university together, remember? At Ingolstadt.
I remember.
We were roommates, good friends. We used to play backgammon together. I used to win. I wonder if I could still beat you at backgammon, Clerval. I have a board here and the dice.
Insanity, Victor. This is what you called me here for? Urgent business? The matter of life or death? A game of backgammon?
Don't leave me, Clerval. I'm afraid to be alone. One game, for old time's sake.
The old times have run out, Frankenstein.
One game, I beseech you.
Give me the dice.
Like old times. When we were young, Clerval. When we could laugh.
There. Why must I have the luckiest man in the university as a roommate?
It's not luck, my friend, it's faith. A conviction, Clerval, that no matter what the odds are against you, you can overcome them.
You don't believe in the law of chance and averages?
I believe in the law of myself and the power of the human brain.
Well, you're high. Take the dice.
Look at them, Clerval. The dice. Mm-hmm. What do you suppose they're made from?
I don't know. Bone, perhaps?
Once these were part of a living being. Strange, isn't it? What happens when a creature dies?
Well, that's what we're here studying medicine for, Victor. To postpone death as long as possible.
I wonder if there's another way, Clerval. I've been reading some of the ancient medical authorities like Albertus Magnus.
A witch doctor.
Oh, no. They didn't have our knowledge and our instruments, but they were intelligent men. Combine their ideas with what we know today, and the result may be a new way to defeat death.
Come, Victor. Are you going to play or not?
Of course I'm going to play.
What a fine way to study medicine.
What?
Elizabeth! What cloud did you drop from?
Aunt Carolyn had to drive up to Ingolstadt for a few days, and she asked me to come with her.
Elizabeth, darling, it's heavenly to see you again.
When love walks in the door, backgammon flies out the window. See you both later.
Of course, Clerval.
Oh, my darling. How's everyone in Geneva? How's William?
Your little brother is an absolute charmer. The most beautiful child in the whole city.
I hope I can be home for his 10th birthday.
Well, why not? You'll be graduated by then, dear. Just think. My Victor will be Dr. Frankenstein.
Elizabeth, I won't be coming home after my graduation.
Won't be
We'll have to postpone our wedding a few months longer, Elizabeth. There's something I must do first. There's something I must do first. Clerval, do you know what I did that summer after my graduation?
I don't want to know.
You're my only friend. You must listen. I went up into the mountains alone. I had stumbled onto a combining of ancient and modern theories which I breathed and was certain could create a living creature. It had become an obsession with me. I had to build with my own hands a human form and imbue life in it. During those months, I devoted myself day and night to the most arduous, most revolting work that a scientist has ever undertaken. I became an habitué of graveyards, seeking beneath the freshly turned earth the materials with which I had to work. As I began to put together a creature of human form, I found the minuteness of the parts a great handicap. So I resolved, for the ease of working, to make the creature a giant, more than 8 feet in height, so that the component parts, arteries, veins, muscle tendons, would be easier to work with. During those months, Clerval, my hands performed deeds which the hands of men should never perform. The work was almost done. The huge, unclothed monster lay grotesquely on my work table. I had filled its gigantic frame with blood and planned on the following day to subject it to the electric shocks, which would activate its nervous system, make it a living, breathing creature. I sank to my couch, exhausted. Fell into a deep sleep. During the night, I heard the wind rise. I was disturbed fitfully by crashes of thunder and lightning flashes along the mountainside. Once, after a very near stroke of lightning seemed to electrify the air in my sleeping chamber, I thought I heard a sound from my laboratory. Then, did I dream this, or did it really happen? The curtains around my bed were parted, and I saw the monster. Its yellow skin, its unblinking eyes, the dry, papery lips moved. When I awoke in daylight, I laughed at what I thought had been a frightful dream. But at the door of my laboratory, I smelled the pungent ozone fumes which accompany a strong electric shock. To my horror, I realized that a near bolt of lightning during the night could have infused life into the monster, even as I had planned it in my controlled experiment. I flung open the laboratory door. My nightmare had happened. The monster was gone. For months, Clerval, I searched for the creature. There are a few vague rumors, unconfirmed reports of a hideous shadow roaming the upper mountain valleys. Nothing to go on. I gave up the search, returned to Geneva.
My poor Victor. We've been so worried about you.
I'm all right, darling, now that I'm with you.
You're so thin, Victor. Where have you been all these wretched months?
Traveling, Elizabeth. In mind and body. Nothing you would understand or want to know.
That's all over now. No more travels or worries. You're home.
Yes. home. Oh, darling, how soon can we be married? I'm casting away all my old life, all these unpleasantness. I'll set up practice here in Geneva. Come in.
Dr. Frankenstein?
I'm he. What do you wish, sir?
I'm the prefect of police. I have some distressing news.
What is it, sir?
Your brother William has been killed.
No. How did it happen? An accident?
No accident. He was strangled to death.
But he's only a child, 10 years old. So tell me, exactly what happened?
It was just growing dark, Doctor. The children were playing hide and seek together. Little William hid himself in a grove of bushes by the edge of the lake. There was a scream, but when they reached the child, the life had been choked out of him.
Oh, how horrible.
Officer, may I borrow a gun from you for only an hour and for my own protection?
I can probably arrange it.
Victor, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
Find my brother's murderer. Who's that?
Frankenstein.
What's there?
Do you not remember?
Get away. Don't touch me.
I will not harm you, Dr. Frankenstein.
You murdered my brother.
Yeah. It makes me feel good to kill.
I wish to God I'd never created you.
But you did create me.
What I created, I can also destroy. Stand back, monster. You breathed your last breath. Die! Die! Why don't you die?
Your little pistol cannot hurt me.
Dear Lord in heaven, hear me, I beseech you. How can I destroy this thing before it destroys me?
You know, Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein, was the wife of Percy Bysshe Shelley, the British poet. I sometimes wonder what kind of married life they had together. Can you imagine Percy sitting at his work table of an evening writing, "Hail to thee, blithe spirit," while Mary sat quietly at her desk making monsters with her quill pen? And Percy looking up and saying, "Darling, what rhymes with Ozymandias?" And his wife replying, "Don't interrupt me, dear. I'm right in the middle of a graveyard." Well, now, it's time we return to the black foothills of the Jura Mountains, where Dr. Victor Frankenstein is continuing his terrifying story to his friend Clerval. Here's Fred Allen's favorite story, Act Two.
A 7. I rolled a 7, Clerval.
I see it.
Lucky number.
Did this monster, as you call it, have anything to do with what happened to Elizabeth?
I'll tell you, Clerval. I must tell someone. This frightful giant I had built came to me in the darkness, always in the darkness, and begged me to build another creature like himself. But a woman.
Good Lord.
The thing was lonely. Nowhere from no one could it receive friendship or affection. It demanded that I build another monster or a mate. I refused, and it threatened me. It swore a frightful oath.
If you will not build me a companion, I will destroy everything you love, and I will be with you on your wedding day.
What could I do? Elizabeth and I were engaged. Only a few weeks remained before we would have been married. I thought for the sake of her safety that I must do what the monster asked. So I climbed up to my dismal mountain laboratory where I had conducted the first experiment. I went into the workroom, and I set about the disgusting labor of creating another giant. A woman. When the task was half done, while the ghoulish torso lay incomplete on my work table, I paused to wonder. Would the fiend keep its promise? Would the monster cease from murder and destruction? Or would I be turning two demons loose upon the world? Two creatures which could breed children as hideous as themselves. In a few generations, these monsters born of my hand could extinguish civilization on this planet. Perhaps wipe out the human race. I couldn't do this thing. I gathered together the poor pieces of my half-made creature, and I flung them from the ledge of a high cliff into a nearby lake. But as I did these things, I knew I was being watched. Somewhere in that forest of pine tree shadows, somewhere among the moonless crags, I knew that two eyes were following my every movement. And as I packed my few belongings for the trip back home to Geneva, back to my precious Elizabeth, back to the little wedding chapel where we would be made husband and wife, one terrible memory kept echoing through my mind.
I will be with you on your wedding day.
Victor, darling, what's troubling you?
Nothing, my sweet. Nothing, really.
Oh, this has been the happiest day of my life, Victor. And by far the most important. We are married. Do you realize that, dearest? Actually married.
I hope that all our days together will be as happy as this one has been.
Why shouldn't they be? What earthly thing could mar our happiness?
Oh, Elizabeth, if you knew. If you only knew.
Victor, what's the matter?
Light a lamp, dear, quickly. It's almost dark here. We must have light.
Afraid of the night, my sweet?
Desperately afraid of this night. Elizabeth, until the sun rises again, you must not leave my sight. There's great danger, darling.
Oh, Victor, you're overwrought.
I must not leave you alone, not for a single instant.
Is the new bride to have no privacy, then? Oh, come, Victor. Kiss me farewell.
No.
For 5 minutes only. We've not even unpacked our bags. I must have time to arrange my wardrobe.
Elizabeth, don't go, darling, don't.
For 5 minutes only.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth! My poor, darling Elizabeth. What have I done to you?
You must not blame yourself, Dr. Frankenstein. You had nothing to do with this ghastly murder.
I did.
What?
I'm to blame. I created my wife's murderer.
Doctor.
You're a magistrate, police officer. Arrest me. Take me to prison where I belong.
Doctor, I can understand your emotional distress, but we know this dreadful night's happenings are no fault of yours.
How do you know? Hear me, sir. Hear my confession. I have created a monster, built it with my own hands, imbued it with life. But this demon I created has no soul. It devotes itself to one fiendish purpose, to destroy all things that I love and which love me. Sir, send your policemen out in full force to scour the mountainside for this monster. It must be found. It must be found!
Poor fellow, he's out of his head with grief.
You think I'm raving? I was never more sane in my life, sir. I tell you, I've created an indestructible monster.
Doctor, you must rest. Rest and sleep will make you feel better.
You poor fools. You think I am mad. You are the mad ones. Last throw of the dice, Clerval. I will lose. Even as I had faith in my young days that I would win, now I have faith that I've already lost.
Roll the dice, Victor. Get this over with. It's a long walk back to the city. I want to get home while there's still moonlight.
Wait. Is it possible? Oh, no, it's not possible. I thought for a moment, Clerval, that the dice moved in my hand.
Moved? Of their own accord?
They're made from bone, these dice. They were once living tissue in a living creature. I've made dead things live again.
Victor, this is insane. You should submit yourself to qualified medical care. This monster you speak of, it's nothing but a wild dream in your sick imagination. These unfortunate deaths close to you have warped your brain. Your monster does not exist at all. Now, get a grip on yourself, man. You never created such a creature. There is no such monster on the face of the earth.
Clerval, look behind you.
Great God!
You are a friend of Dr. Frankenstein.
No. Clerval is no friend of mine.
You lie.
I don't know him. He's not a friend.
I kill all who are friends of Frankenstein.
Get away from me. No, get away. Stay back. Stay back.
He is dead.
Is there no end to your crimes?
No end.
Will you destroy everything in my life?
Everything but your life itself.
Go away.
I go now, but I will be with you, Frankenstein. You are in my power forever.
Hear me, all living creatures within sound of my voice. Remember what I say. I warn you, the monster I created is still at liberty, roaming the dark places of the night. Beware of him, for with one silent stroke of his finger, he can crush out your life. Above all things, do not speak my name. For the sound of the syllables Frankenstein makes the anger rise in the monster's brain. If you would say my name, he may think you a friend of Frankenstein. And his hairy hands will close about your throat as they did of that with little William and Elizabeth and poor Clerval. I beg you, beware of the monster lurking in the shadows. And if God wills it, speak one prayer for the most wretched, lonely man who has ever walked this planet. Victor Frankenstein.
And thus we close the curtain on Fred Allen's favorite story. Sorry we couldn't arrange a happy ending, but that's the note on which Mary Shelley leaves us in her adventure of Frankenstein. We hope you've enjoyed this tale of fear, and we hope you'll plan to be with us next week when we bring you a favorite story as different from Frankenstein as day from night. Next week, we'll be the guests of Jules Verne, and we'll descend to the floor of the deepest ocean under the guidance of the inscrutable Captain Nemo. Yes, next week you can pack your bags for a journey of 20,000 leagues under the sea. This astonishing adventure is the favorite story choice of the famous actor, director, producer, and man about the entertainment world, Mr. Orson Welles. We hope you'll be listening.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. Vampire. Perhaps in the safety of your home, the word means little to you. Oh, you've heard of vampires, of course, but do you believe that they exist? Not you. Well, all I can say is Minna Harker didn't believe either. Our mystery drama, Dracula, was specially adapted from the story by Bram Stoker for the Mystery Theatre by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal, and you'll be especially interested in the savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban Limited's issue 750 savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit, $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Horror, in its purest form lies ahead for us. I would be remiss if I didn't warn you that if your nerves are not strong, it might be better for you not to listen. No, really now. Be warned. Because as Minna Harker tells us in the diary she kept, there awaits you
an experience so loathsome, so horrifying, that I can hardly bring myself to write of it. If I'd known what lay ahead for me when I went to visit my dearest and closest friend, Lucy Westenra, at Hillingham, I could not have brought myself to go, much as I loved her. Looking back now, I realize I had plenty of warning, but I paid no attention. For example, as I drove to the Westenra estate through that lonely, isolated country and heard the wolves howling in the distance, it occurred to me that it was strange to hear wolves in this part of the country. As strange as the huge bat that flew alongside my car. I mentioned this to John, Dr. John Seward, Lucy's fiancé, as we sat having a drink in the living room.
It's strange, Minna. I've seen that bat myself. The thing must have a wingspread of at least 4 feet. I haven't the faintest idea where it came from, or the wolves either.
Even Lucy's letters seemed kind of strange to me, John. What is the matter with her?
No, I don't know. I'm completely baffled. I've had 2 other doctors look at her, colleagues of mine, and they can't figure it out. I'm desperate, Minna. I'm so desperate, I've called in my old friend and teacher, Professor Van Helsing.
Van Helsing?
Yes,
he's one of the finest diagnosticians in the world, John.
Yes, he'll be here from Amsterdam in a day or 2.
Amsterdam, Holland?
Yeah.
All the way from Amsterdam? Oh, John, you must be desperate.
Lucy is dying, Minna. I'll do anything I can to save her. We must find a way to stop her from losing blood.
Losing blood?
Well, it's this constant loss of blood that's killing her. Transfusions help for a time, but only a short time, and each transfusion is less effective.
John, when can I see her?
Oh, she's sleeping now. Her mother's with her, watching her. We take turns. As soon as Mrs. Westenra lets us know she's awake...
Oh, listen, those wolves, they're at it again. John, hasn't anyone looked into this wolf thing? How they suddenly come to be in this part of the country?
Well, according to the paper, the town police have looked into it. Well, that's peculiar, too.
What?
Well, they haven't been able to spot one single wolf. Oh, excuse me. We have a visitor. Oh, come in, Count. Come in.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm on my way to town. I have a dinner engagement, and I thought I would stop to ask after Miss Westenra.
Oh, she's no better, I'm afraid.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you stay for a drink?
Well,
I'd like you to meet a friend of Lucy's who'll be staying with us for a while.
Oh, in that case, of course.
Minna, this is Count Dracula, our new neighbor, Count Miss Minna Harker.
How do you do?
How do you do? Count Dracula?
Yes, but do not hold it against me, Miss Harker. I cannot help being of the blood royal.
Well, why don't you two get acquainted while I go up and see if Lucy's awake yet?
I shall do my best to entertain this charming young lady.
I won't be a minute.
You're a long way from home, Count.
A very long way, Miss Harker.
May I ask what brought you here?
Business.
Business? Good heavens, what kind of business could you have in this part of the country? I mean, it's so isolated.
True, it does present difficulties, but I like living in the country.
Oh, you must. Oh, forgive me, I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like a drink?
Thank you.
Scotch or bourbon?
Is there perhaps some wine? Red wine.
Now, let me see. I'm not very familiar with the supply here. Here we are. There's a bottle of Burgundy.
That glass of that will be... Miss Harker, what's wrong? What is it?
It's the bottle. I'm afraid it slipped. It slipped. That's all. Oh, I'm afraid I cut my hand. No, don't be upset. It's only a slight cut. See?
No.
Lucy's awake and we can... Count, what's wrong? Minna, your hand.
I must leave at once, Doctor. Sorry, I cannot stay. Something I just remembered. No, it's all right. I will see myself now.
What in the world? But, Count... Minna, what happened? Minna?
I dropped the bottle of wine and cut my hand.
Yes, I see you did, but...
I dropped the bottle because I couldn't see him in the mirror.
Couldn't see? What mirror?
This mirror over the table. It reflects the whole room.
Well, of course it does, but...
John, I picked up the bottle to pour Count Dracula a drink, and I looked into the mirror, and he was standing where you are now, and I couldn't see him in the mirror.
What?
He was there where you're standing, but he wasn't reflected in the glass.
Minna, you're not making sense. And you're trembling.
John, I'm scared.
Of what?
How can you ask? I look in the mirror and didn't see someone who should have been reflected in it. Is something going wrong with my eyes or my brain, John? What?
Minna, easy. I don't want another patient on my hands.
But, John,
An optical illusion, something like that. Our eyes play tricks on us sometimes. Now, come on. Let's get a bandage for that cut, and then we'll go up and see Lucy.
I believe, John. It must have been. It had to be a trick my eyes had played. What else? Well, we got a bandage for the cut on my hand, and then John took me to Lucy's room. I can't find words to describe the shock I felt when I saw her. She was white as new-fallen snow, and so thin, she almost seemed transparent. She's dying. That was my first thought. She's dying, and nothing can save her. And I know she read the thoughts in my face. I could see the sudden fear in her eyes.
I am dying, Minna.
Oh, you mustn't even think that, Lucy.
You do.
I?
It was in your face when you looked at me. I read your thoughts. She's dying, you thought. And nothing can save her. I am. And nothing can save me.
Oh, John can save you. And he will.
He hasn't so far.
You mustn't despair, Lucy.
Despair, Minna? I don't have the strength to despair. You better go now, Minna.
Go? Lucy, dear, I haven't seen you in nearly a year. We haven't even started to tell each other everything that's happened.
Later. Not now. I'm tired. I want to sleep.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
No, not till tomorrow.
All right, whatever you say. But I'll just look in on you later.
No,
Lucy.
You mustn't.
All right, then. But stop upsetting yourself.
Go quickly.
Oh, good Lord. At the window.
It's nothing. Go, Minna. It's nothing.
Nothing. It's that bat. That huge bat that followed my car.
Oh, go, I beg of you.
Lucy, the thing is trying to get in. Look, it's clawing at the window. Is that locked? Is that window locked?
Yes, it's locked.
But locks are useless against Count Dracula.
Oh, good Lord.
Mirrors do not reflect my image, Miss Harker. Nor do locks keep me out.
You were that bat.
As the wolves you hear are not wolves, but like myself, vampires.
Vampires?
The dead, who live by night. The dead, undead.
No, this can't be happening. It's a dream. It's a nightmare.
That's what it will seem like when you wake up.
Huh?
Yes, you're going to sleep now. And yet not sleep. You will remember all you've seen here, but when you waken, it will seem like a dream. A dream you'll tell no one, not even Professor Van Helsing, because you will not want to look foolish. You'll be ashamed to tell it for fear he will think you're a silly young woman. Enough. Sleep.
Did I sleep? Did I dream? No. My sleep was a hypnotic trance into which he had placed me. And what I dreamed was reality. There in the moonlight that streamed through the window, I saw Dracula raise his arms and call.
Lucy. Lucy, my dearest love, come to me. Come, my darling.
I can't. Too weak, my lover. I'm too weak.
Then I shall come to you. Embrace you. Kiss you.
And now the strangest thing of all happened to me. As I watched what then took place, my love for my friend Lucy, my fears for her, made me feel as she must have felt, so poignantly, so deeply that, yes, I became Lucy. I watched Dracula as he approached my bed. There was a deliberate voluptuousness in him which I found both thrilling and repulsive. Lower and lower went his head as the lips went below the range of my mouth and chin and seemed about to fasten on my throat. I could feel the hot breath on my neck. Then the skin of my throat began to tingle. I could feel the soft, shivering touch of his lips on the supersensitive skin of my throat, and then 2 hard dents of 2 sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in a languorous ecstasy, and I waited. I waited with a beating heart. And then horror overcame me, and I sank into unconsciousness.
I promise that the horror you have just experienced is nothing compared to what is to come. Think twice before you return with me shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
It's time to get ready for the great outdoors, and your ShopRite supermarket has everything you'll need for cookout dinners and fun in the sun. And for this week's dinners, ShopRite is featuring whole grade A frying chickens, just 37 cents a pound. Roasting chickens up to 4 pounds, 47 cents a pound. Choice beef rib steaks, $1.19 a pound. ShopRite Franks, 89 cents a pound. Get all your outdoor cooking equipment and many great food values at your ShopRite supermarket.
She loves her family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
I thought it must have been a dream, a nightmare, for nothing so vile and revolting could be real. But though I tried during the next day or two to persuade myself it was only a dream, there were signs, warnings all about me that told me I was lying to myself. There was the nightly howling of the wolves, the screeching of that huge bat around the house, and yes, the scarf that Lucy kept wrapped round her throat. It's such a hot afternoon. How can you bear to wear that scarf around your throat?
Hot? I feel cold.
But, Lucy, you're perspiring. Your forehead is damp.
All I want to do is sleep. I'm so tired. I'm so deathly tired.
I'll leave you for a while, then. I'll look in on you later to make sure you're all right.
Oh.
Sleep well.
Minna?
Yes, dear?
If I'm asleep when you come back, promise me you won't remove this scarf from around my throat.
Very well.
You won't even touch it. Promise?
I promise. Later that afternoon, toward evening, Professor Van Helsing arrived from Holland. When John introduced me to him, he stared at me suddenly and hard, his eyes boring into me from behind his thick lensed glasses.
You are frightened, Miss Harker? Why?
Frightened
Maybe
me.
she hasn't recovered from that optical illusion the other night.
Optical illusion?
Yes, you see that mirror over the table there?
Yes.
Well, we had a visitor, Count Dracula, a new neighbor, Carfax, a few miles from here, and Minna had the illusion that she couldn't see his reflection in the mirror.
My eyes must have played a trick on me, Professor.
Yes. This Count Dracula, John, he's new here, you say?
Yes, he arrived from Hungary about 6 weeks ago.
I see. Take me to see your fiancée, John.
Oh, she's sleeping, Lucy, sleeping.
We'd
right now.
better wake her up.
What is it? You seem suddenly concerned.
I am. Take me to Lucy at once. Wake her, John.
All right.
Gently. Very gently.
Lucy? Lucy, dear. Come on, wake up.
Here. Let me. Pulse weak, very weak. Eyes. Oh, she's not asleep. She's in a coma. What is her blood type?
Oh.
So is mine. Prepare for a transfusion, John. I will be the donor. And hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, of course.
Meanwhile, I shall have a look under this scar.
No, she didn't want the scarf removed.
I'm sure she didn't, Miss Harker, but we're going to remove it. Aha. As I thought.
What is it?
Yes, Professor, what?
Look.
There are two little holes. Wounds.
As if she'd been bitten by a large snake.
No, not a snake.
Well, what then? What?
We must be quick with the transfusion, very quick. And pray God, both of you, that I have not arrived too late.
But he was too late. The transfusion revived Lucy a little. When we'd made her as comfortable as we could, the three of us, Professor Van Helsing, John, and I, went back down to the living room. And it was here that Professor Van Helsing told us the truth. The truth that made John Seward cry out.
Vampire? You say we are dealing with a vampire, Professor? Have you gone out of your mind?
My dear John, I don't blame you.
Blame me? I should hope not. You ask me to believe me, a doctor, a man of medical science?
Science? There's more to this world than science.
But, Professor, a vampire? I can't believe that there's a vampire.
I tell you that witches exist. That warlocks exist. That vampires exist. And we are dealing with one here.
But if what you say is true...
It is. Ask her. Ask Miss Harker.
Me?
You had an experience in this house that you are concealing. You choose to think it was a dream. When did it happen, child? Last night?
No. The night before.
Where?
In Lucy's bedroom.
Minna, what happened?
I dreamed...
No, it was no dream.
All right, then. I saw... Oh, heaven protect me. I saw...
You needn't tell me. No need to put you through that. I would if I didn't know who our vampire is. But I do know.
Who?
The man whose reflection she could not see in that mirror. Your new neighbor, Count Dracula.
I don't believe you. I cannot believe you.
If you can't believe me, at least trust me.
Oh, I'll answer that.
Wait.
Yes, Professor.
If that should be Count Dracula, you did say that he calls about this time each evening, John?
Yes.
Say nothing, do nothing to give away the fact that we are onto him.
This is nonsense, sheer
Do
nonsense.
as I tell you. You may answer the door now, Miss Harker.
Yes.
Good evening, Miss Harker.
Count Dracula? Come in.
And how is Miss Westenra today?
Not too well, I'm afraid. She had to have another transfusion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. Very sorry to hear that.
Thank you, Count.
I do not believe I have met this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you haven't. Let me present my old friend and teacher, Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Professor, this is Count Dracula.
How do you do, Professor?
How do you do, Count?
I wished only to inquire about your fiancée, John. I'm sorry indeed to hear she is no better. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you.
Meeting you, Professor, has been a pleasure. Good night.
Oh, Count.
Yes?
Mrs. Westenra keeps asking me to do this, and I keep forgetting. There is a custom in the Westenra family to ask visitors to sign the visitor's book.
Ah, charming old world custom.
It's right here. If you'll just wait a second, I'll get it, and then you can sign it. Is something wrong?
It's a Bible.
Well, yes. Why do you back away from me? Or are you backing away from the book? The holy book?
I must go.
No, you'll stay and face this book.
You know.
John, you fool. You shouldn't have done this.
I had to have proof. I will make you pay for this. You shall pay.
Oh, no. Not now that I have found out what you are.
Oh, John.
You think because you discovered my secret you can stop me? Fool. You've only delivered yourself into my hands. I meant to make Lucy one of mine, and that was all. But now you shall become mine, and you.
Not I.
Yes, and you.
No, I beg you.
I shall have you all, but first, Lucy, I shall take her. Take her. Now. She's mine. She's no longer of this world, but of mine. I leave you.
Look, he turned into a bat. The bat. And he flew right through the wall.
John, why did you do this? Why, after I warned you?
I had to know one way or the other. I had to know.
There's only one way to finish a vampire. The first thing you must do is find out where he sleeps during the day.
Lucy! Professor, quickly. Professor!
There is no hurry now. When he said he meant to make her his own, he had already done so.
It was true. Lucy was dead. We went to her bedroom and found her. Dead. I felt as if I'd been stabbed to the heart. We buried her, my dearest friend, in the Westenra vault at Hillingham Cemetery, not far from town.
Lucy is gone. Dead?
No, not dead.
Not dead, Professor.
She has become the undead. She has become a vampire.
Oh, what are you saying?
John, listen to me. Believe in me. You didn't believe before. Believe now.
Yes. I believe you. Go on.
John, you feel you've been through hell. I must tell you that you have been through only the anteroom to hell.
What do you mean?
Now listen to me. Listen carefully. There is only one way in which a vampire can find peace, can be changed from the undead to the dead. What you must do, terrible as it will be, will release her soul from the horrifying bondage in which it finds itself. Her soul and Dracula's.
Dracula's?
Do you think a vampire wants to be a vampire? Oh, no. A vampire's soul is chained, pinioned, held mercilessly to this earth by Satan himself. And we who believe in God are the only ones who can free them. It is our duty to destroy them.
Well, then let's destroy them.
We shall, if you have the nerve to do what must be done.
I have the nerve.
Professor, you frighten me.
I mean to, in order to prepare you. But no matter how well I prepare you, when it comes to doing what must be done, your sanity could snap like that. So first I will ask you both to take as much time as you need to think, to ask yourselves, how much do you really love Lucy Westenra? And be sure, be positive beyond all doubt that your love for her is greater than the hell that lies ahead for you and you this very night.
I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug a lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I thought I knew what horror was until I read it. I changed my mind. You will, too.
I'm ready, Professor. I knew you would be, John. We'll wait now for Miss Harker.
No, there's no need to wait. I love Lucy enough. More than enough. She was my dearest friend.
Is your dearest friend. For she is not yet dead. She is as yet the dead undead. It's nearly sundown. Let us go to the cemetery at once.
The cemetery?
It will be dark by the time we get there. She will have left her coffin.
Left it?
Well, like Count Dracula, she cannot go on living, or let me say, being the undead without drinking human blood. To find it, she must, of course, leave her coffin. The instant the sun goes down tonight, she will be on the prowl for little children.
Children?
Yes, children are innocent, gullible, naive, make easier victims. And the inexperienced vampire must practice. Yes, she will be seeking children.
Oh, it's revolting.
Revolting? Well, that is only a word to you at the moment. In a short time, it will be reality. Do you really think you can bear what is to come?
I can. I must.
Good. I have preparations to make. So do you, the two of you. Dress warmly.
Warmly? But it's hot out.
Child, there is no chill like a graveyard chill.
We drove to Hillingham Cemetery in John's car. I'd never been in a cemetery at night. How many people have? I found it a very unsettling experience, to say the least. It was a moonlit night, the moonlight spilling like milk over the gravestones, which in turn threw long black shadows. An owl hooted, and dogs barked. Or I couldn't help thinking, were they wolves? And then we reached the West End vault, the vault where we'd put Lucy's coffin that afternoon.
Now what do we do, Professor?
We go into the vault.
Why? And how?
I have the key to the vault.
How did you get it?
I asked the undertaker for it, or rather told him to give it to me. He assumed I was a member of the family. You need not come with me. Not now.
But why shouldn't we come?
I wish to save you as much shock as I can. She will not be there in the coffin. It will be a shock for you to find it empty. Now, on the other hand, it will be less a shock than what is to follow. Yes, it will prepare you. Come, then. Now, I shall open the coffin now.
If she isn't in it, how could she have got out?
I could tell you, but it is better that you see for yourself later. Now, this won't take long. I need only unscrew the top part. There. Well, now to lift off the top of the lid. Yes. Empty. She's gone.
Where? Gone where? In God's name, where?
In search of the life-giving blood, John. In search of a small child.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
John?
Yes?
Come. We go outside the vault. Now to lock the door. Now, that's most important. And now, what I must do will take a little time. Yes, make yourselves as comfortable as you can.
Make ourselves comfortable?
Professor, what must you do?
Well, I have here a paste made of garlic, flour, and water. I must seal off every crevice with it. Seal all around the door so Lucy cannot get back into the vault, into her coffin.
She could?
Through the crevices, yes. How do you think she got out of the coffin?
I can't believe...
Yes, it is unbelievable. but it is so. Now, forgive me. I must get to work.
I can't express in words how fresh and clean the night air seemed when we came out of the tomb. How sweet to breathe the fresh air that held no taint of death or decay. John was silent, and so was I. As for Professor Van Helsing, he was very busy sealing the door.
10 o'clock. I hope both of you took my advice, dressed warmly. We have a long wait ahead of us.
How much longer, Professor? I'm chilled to the bone.
Everything depends on how long it takes her to find a small child. Nearly 2 o'clock. Has been gone several hours. Soon now, I think... Shh. What? She comes.
Where?
See there? Amidst the headstones?
Yes, a woman. Dressed in white.
Lucy. Make no move, no noise. See, she is carrying something in her arms. A child.
I feel sick.
Control yourself. Ah, there. Yes, she's coming toward the vault. See, she draws back. The mixture I used repels her.
Why are we doing this? Why are you keeping her out of the vault, her coffin?
Because I hope... Yes. Yes, she is leaving, hurrying away from among the headstones. Come, we must follow.
Follow where?
To Dracula, I hope. Unless I'm mistaken, she's going to him for help. Hurry. We must keep her in sight. No, wait.
What is it?
She is heading for that tomb. Dracula must be there. Good. Now, what? See, now she's putting the child down on the ground. And now...
Where is she? She's vanished.
She simply slipped into the tomb through the crevice around the door. Oh, wait here.
Yes.
What's he doing?
He's picking up the child, I think. Yes. See, he's coming back now.
Here, Miss Harker. You take the child. Keep it warm.
Oh, this poor thing. Poor little thing. Look, it doesn't move. It doesn't make a sound. It's lifeless.
No, only in a trance. It will recover. But remember, when I ask you to do what must be done, remember that we have saved not only this child, but God knows how many others.
I'll remember.
Good. And now we will return to her tomb and wait till dawn.
Till dawn?
She will return to the tomb then. She has no choice. Dracula cannot help her. She must sleep in her own coffin before daybreak. How do you feel, Miss Harker?
I'm all right. Thank you.
John?
I'm okay. It's almost dawn. Why doesn't she come?
Soon now. How's the child?
Still asleep, if it is only sleep.
It is. It will not come to its senses until daybreak. Now, prepare yourselves for... In a very short time, now Lucy should... there. Yes, she's coming.
And this time she'll be able to enter the tomb, because you've removed the garlic mixture.
This time I want her to enter the tomb and her coffin. It will be there that you will do what must be done.
Oh, there she is. Oh, heaven help me. She is as beautiful as she always was.
Now, hold on to yourself.
She isn't dead. She can't be dead. Lucy! Lucy, my darling!
John! No, come back!
Lucy!
John, my dearest, come to me, John. Come to me.
I have never seen anything so horrible. And God save me from ever seeing it again. Lucy's eyes shone with an unholy light, and her face became wreathed with a voluptuous smile as she advanced toward John with outstretched arms.
Come to me, dearest. My arms are hungry for you. Come, and we can rest together in the tomb. Come, my lover. Come!
And John suddenly opened wide his arms and started running to her, and she to him, when Van Helsing rushed forward between them. And he raised something he held in his hand up against her face. It was a crucifix. With a cry of rage and agony, Lucy flung herself away from John and toward the tomb, and she was gone.
John? John, are you all right?
The Lord help me. The Lord help me.
And he shall. Come, into the tomb. It's time. Now, first, let me put the bag I brought over here. And now I will remove the coffin lid again.
Professor, is this really Lucy's body or some kind of demon in her shape?
Oh, she's hideous. Yes. Yes, your friend who was so sweet and pure is now a foul thing. But if you can do what you must do, you will see her once again as she was.
Whatever it is, we'll do it.
This wooden stake I have bought.
Yes?
This pointed stake. You must drive it through Lucy's heart. With this hammer.
Oh, no.
And when that is done, cut off her head with this surgical knife.
I don't...
You must do it. For her sake, John. For the sake of the woman you loved.
All right. Give me the stake. And the hammer.
John took the stake in his left hand, the hammer in his right. I saw him tremble as he placed the point of the stake over Lucy's heart, saw the point dig into her white flesh, and then I could see him gather all his strength, all his self-control. He raised the hammer high above his head and looked at Van Helsing.
Yes.
Ow! John struck with all his might. The thing in the coffin writhed, and a hideous blood-curdling screech came from the opened lips. The body shook and twisted in wild contortions. John never faltered. He struck, and he struck again, driving the stake deeper, deeper, as blood from the pierced heart welled and spurted up around it. And then the writhing and quivering of the body became less. The teeth stopped champing, and the thing lay still. It was over.
Is that enough, Professor?
Enough.
I think I'm going to...
I've got you. There. Now go outside, get some air.
No.
Both of you go. You look faint too, Miss Harker.
I must still her head.
No.
I have...
You have done all that can be asked of you. No more. I will sever the head. Now go now, but before you do, look at your beloved Lucy for the last time.
There, in the coffin, lay no longer the foul thing we dreaded, but Lucy, as we had seen her in life, her face as beautiful and pure as it had been then.
You will want to know that later on, Professor Van Helsing freed Count Dracula from his earthly bondage, and in so doing, brought his bloody career to an end. Unhappily, I must add that Count Dracula was only one vampire among... how many? I don't know. Hope I never find out. Hope you don't either. I'll be back shortly.
Dear Thomas's, your new Thomas's onion English muffins are so delicious, my husband insists on them at every meal. It's embarrassing when we go to a Chinese restaurant.
Dear Thomas's, for years I've been buying bagels and bialys with my Sunday Times. Last Sunday, I bought the Times and your new Thomas's Onion English Muffins. Not bad, Thomas's.
Dear Thomas's, since serving sandwiches on your new Onion English Muffins, I've become very popular with the boys.
Thomas's new Onion English Muffins.
Here, 45, please, and don't spare the horses.
Yes, sir. In 1880, when a cab had 4 legs and took 12 minutes to cross Manhattan, Samuel Bath Thomas was baking bread, every bit as delicious as his original English muffins.
Here, 45, and move it.
Today, cabs have 300 horses, but still take 12 minutes to cross town. And Thomas's is still baking breads every bit as delicious as their English muffins. Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Paul Hecht, Stephen Schnabel, Michael Wager, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Furnished by the CBS Radio.
Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Make yourself comfortable for the moment. You know, evil has a vitality that defies time. Its power can be curbed, denied, defeated, but only temporarily. And when it returns, its force is more malevolent than ever. We have all been to dark places and felt the presence of evil. And we've all seen things beyond our power of understanding. But, like Tom Fairley, we field our explanations for everything. Or are there? Cold, bitter cold, the smell, decayed. No, he's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Folger, did your men find anything else?
Just the grass. It's curious, Tom.
I don't see anything, Klaus.
Yes, you do, Tom, but it doesn't mean anything to you. We weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened. And there's a same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank here?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Our mystery drama, Frankenstein Revisited, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Milt Wissoff and stars Michael Wager and Leon Janney. I'll be back shortly with Act One. From the friendly people who make these broadcasts possible to the monsters who will make it impossible for you to sleep, I hope. Our drama opens on a story conference in the Madison Avenue bar. It will end, I assure you, in terror and fear.
Over here. Here, Tom.
You sure picked a great place for a meeting.
Yeah, well, you're late.
I didn't have to fight my way to the mob at the bar. I might have been here sooner. All right, what's on your mind, Frank?
Well, I've been looking for a special that we can use as a springboard for our new horror series. And what's more appropriate than the old Frankenstein legend?
You mean Boris Karloff and his magic electrode?
No, Tom.
Not the hokey monster brought to life by the mad scientist. That was cooked up by Mary Shelley. It doesn't rate with the Gothic tale everyone in Germany knows about the infamous Baron von Frankenstein and his terrible death. It's got all the elements of a superb spook show. What's more, this is the 400th anniversary of the Baron's death.
So what?
So this, old buddy. The monster is reputed to return every century looking for fresh blood.
It won't work, Frank. I was stationed near Darmstadt, only a stone's throw away from the Frankenstein castle after World War I. I've seen the place. It doesn't look like much. Even the burial crypt has been turned into a potato cellar.
Well, how about the incidents you mentioned at cocktails the other night? That's what really put me onto the show.
Oh, those killings I blabbed about had nothing to do with any monster. The police were satisfied the murders were committed by a fanatical group of neo-Nazis who call themselves the werewolves. Who's going to be interested in a defunct castle on an anniversary nobody celebrates?
Well, they will this year. We're going to billboard the 400th anniversary with a gala festival.
Well, who's going to show? The peasants used to have a fit when I even mentioned the Baron's name. That was almost 30 years ago.
Oh, they'll come. We're going to have sausage and beer, fireworks, and a dandy house of horrors to set the stage for our countdown to midnight.
A fake documentary, papier-mâché, razzle-dazzle.
The storyline is sound. It should scare the heck out of people. Now, if you don't want to direct the special, then speak up.
All right. Count me in.
Good. Now, come on, square with me, Tom. Why all the bull about the potato cellar? You don't want to go back there, do you?
No, Frank, I don't like the place.
Then why not back out? I don't feel you're leveling.
Frank, I want to keep on directing for the network. I won't let anything stand in my way. Not you, not the gray hairs creeping up on me. Not even Frankenstein and his blasted castle. Just let me leave this one thought with you. We'll see how much you enjoy the scene when midnight approaches. I'd like to hear the tune you whistle when the wind howls. Mr. Larkin. Mr. Larkin here. Oh, so good to see you again. And you too, Mr. Shelley.
Klaus, I'd like you to meet our little company. This is Eileen Garrett, who will play the Baron's ward, Laura.
And a charming one, I'm sure.
Him I like.
And Flip Johnson, also known in the industry as The Voice. He'll do the descriptive background at the festival and the castle. The interviews with the man on the street. He will also double as Rolf, the suitor for Eileen's hand.
That won't take much acting. In that case, you might do.
This is Klaus Folger, our local representative, who will be our strong right hand during the production.
When do we meet Mr. Helmut?
Very soon. You'll find he makes an admirable Baron. That's very strange. I've never heard of him. Oh, he's quite a well-known actor, I assure you. Now I think it's time to leave for the castle. It's not the plaza, but I hope you will find it comfortable.
Well, I'm sure we will. Who goes with whom?
Well, there's enough room in the limousine for all of you. The baggage will follow in a small wagon. Truck.
How about you, Klaus? Aren't you coming with us?
No, Frank, I will see that the baggage is not consigned to München by mistake. But I will join you later.
I wonder what Mr. Helmut, our Baron, is like. I have a feeling.
Oh, Eileen, now you sound like Gloom and Doom Fairley. He's probably just another average, run-of-the-mill weirdo.
You've done a great job, Klaus. Even the crew's happy in the trailers.
I like my room fine. It's a bit drafty when the drapes are open, but the comforters will keep me warm, I'm sure.
How about this lunch?
I haven't had wild boar since the last time I was here.
Oh, is that what it was? It tasted like suckling pig. The secret is in the marinade, Flip. I see.
Klaus, why don't you get the ball rolling? The details on the Frankenstein legend.
Oh, it's not a complicated story. The hated aristocrat who exercised all the prerogatives of his position in this village almost 400 years ago. Unmerciful beatings, torture, and death for what he considered affronts to his person. This was his home. Be it ever so humble. The Baron lived here with his ward Laura, but he was a thoroughly evil man and hardly behaved toward her like an uncle should. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the Baron's death. 400 years ago, the Baron had a spectacular scene in the castle with Laura and her suitor Rolf. He mounted his horse and rode off into the woods. Someone or Something urged him from his horse and tore him to pieces.
And the legend says that every century the monster that killed the Baron returns. Well, that's about it. And we'll be doing this direct from the scene tomorrow night.
We'll have a short run through this evening. Look for places to spot mics and pick out locations.
Flip will stroll through the woods and give us a little ad-lib color.
Will there be a crowd there? Not in the woods, Flip, baby. Just you and the Baron and the other monster. Oh, how come? Because no one in this area will venture into the woods after dark. And tomorrow night, the anniversary eve, they may not even stir out of their homes. Is that right, Klaus?
Possibly. People here are very superstitious.
Oh, are they? Why don't you explain what happened 100 years ago on the last anniversary?
I was not yet born.
Yeah, but you know what happened.
A man was found dead.
Dead, Klaus? He was butchered, wasn't he? Torn to shreds? And his head was found at the foot of the hill.
Well, Frank, this is it.
Well, I hate to admit it, Klaus, but Tom may have a point about the castle grounds. It is kind of tacky.
Well, I'm not sure I agree. Physically, it's not much, but the decay, the feeling I get, I'm really frightened.
Oh, come on now, Princess. You're letting that creep's tail get under your skin. There's nothing here but battered stone and dirt. Reminds me of my past.
I get bad vibes. It reminds me of a trip I took to Central America years ago. The ruined pyramids, the bloody altars where thousands were sacrificed to bloodthirsty gods. It had the same aura of evil.
You are most perceptive, Miss Garrett. Evil is everywhere.
Who are you?
I am Paul Helmut. He will play the Baron in our production.
How did you know my name?
No mystery about that. You are the only actress in the cast.
Of course. Oh, forgive me, Mr. Helmut. You came upon me so suddenly.
Yeah, well, where did you come from? I never saw
From the Baron's bedroom. A passage leads directly here. The place is honeycombed with such passages.
But there are no other cars around. How did you...
I arrived here several days ago.
You've been here several days alone? Oh, I don't think I'd enjoy that.
I like to get into character, Miss Garrett.
Well, now that we're all together, I'd like Flip to walk through the woods and give us his impressions.
Oh, swell, off the top of my head.
Exactly. Anything you see and feel, don't force it. I want this played low-key, sound natural. It'll help build the finish.
He's all hooked up, Frank. He can start at any time.
Now, listen, are you going to tape this?
Yes, but only so that we have a record of it. Tomorrow is for keeps. Go, Tiger. Get the demons in the woods.
Well, I play the scene better if Eileen kept me company.
Oh, there's no moon, Flip. And I'd hardly call this a romantic setting.
Ah, romance is where you find it, Mama.
Is everything set, Klaus?
Yes. My assistant is about 100 yards in. Flip should be just about there now.
I don't want to interfere, Frank, but just what's going on?
It's a surprise for our boy. It should make Flip less Flip.
Yeah, we have our men play slightly off the path. We make small noises, sounds, create an atmosphere.
Does Flip know?
Of course not. That would defeat our purpose. Flip reacts beautifully. It will all be a surprise to him.
Frank, that's a dirty trick. Suppose something happens.
Oh, now what can possibly happen? It's just a small forest, trees and grass.
Well, I don't like it. Flip?
It's no use, Miss Garrett. He cannot hear you.
Hey, Klaus, give your man a cue and bring Flip in.
Well, I'm about a quarter of a mile into Baron Frankenstein's woods, and it's pretty much dull still so far. I was just thinking how strange it is. Never seen any animals around. Wait a minute. I think I just heard something. Probably a rabbit. I hope. Hey, there it goes again. Weird. Everything's so deathly still, and then suddenly just the faintest whisper of a sound, like something dragging. Hey, who's there? Do you think you're frightening me? Okay, I'll go in after you. The eyes. I can see them growing. My God, it can't be. Oh, no, it's
bard said, some find tongues in trees, books in running brooks, and sermons in stones. Obviously, Flip saw and heard a great deal more in Frankenstein's woods. Or did he? Perhaps we shall know more when I return shortly with Act 2. I'm giving it up.
Giving up what?
Smoking.
Congratulations.
I'm doing it for you and the kids.
For me and the kids? But we don't smoke.
You're wrong. I saw this Lung Association message. You know what? We smokers are making you non-smokers smokers just like us.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about secondhand smoking. The Lung Association says I'm doing myself in, as if I didn't know. But my smoke is trouble for everybody in my neighborhood. Do you realize every puff I smoke, I'm puffing out a smoke screen of carbon monoxide, nicotine, benzopyrene, to say nothing of hydrocarbons.
You sound positively poisonous.
I feel poisonous. I'm quitting.
For me, darling.
Yes, and for me, darling, I want to be loved. Your Lung Association says the smoker who quits for more than one person. He's clearing the air for everybody. You might say it's a matter of love and Bram. Are there more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our philosophy? Is there something in Frankenstein's woods that defies rational explanation? Or was Flip Johnson the victim of his own imagination? Perhaps if we push on with our little tale, we shall have the answer.
Flip, are you all right?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I was just strolling along and wham, the lights went out.
What did you see?
Nothing.
But we heard you, Flip. The eyes, you said. The eyes.
Now, wait a minute. What are you talking about? I saw nothing.
We have it on tape. You complained about the cold.
In the strange lights, the eyes that burn bright.
You said it was impossible.
All I remember is waking up, and there you were. Standing right over me.
What did your men find, Klaus?
Let me show you, Frank. Now, here we are. The point where Flip started to run. And you can see the prints. Now we follow along for a few yards. And here we have
orange circle. In the middle, discolored. As if the grass had been frozen.
Frank, is this something that you...
We had nothing to do with that, did we, Klaus?
That's right.
I admit we arranged a few effects, but nothing more.
No, we would have had to have special refrigerating equipment. Well below zero to make such marks.
Well, how do you like it, folks?
It's fantastic. Instant Carnival by Frank Rockin.
No, Tom. Give credit where it's due. Klaus engineered the whole setup.
It's not so difficult. We have a long tradition of festivals here.
I could almost enjoy this if only...
Don't forget it, Ivan. Nothing really happened. Flip just got panicky and ran. He fell, blacked out. He'll be all right. Klaus, are we set in the House of Horrors?
Yeah, we can go at any time.
Good. You all know the routine.
We already have good coverage in town and at the zoo.
Let's zero in on the big scene.
All right. We'll pick up Flip and Eileen as the Baron's ward Laura. Now you Flip her suitor Ralph, and you meet her at the House of Horrors. I'll take over, Frank. You don't mind. I'm not earn my credits.
I was just counting on that, Tom. The show's all yours.
You ready, Klaus?
All set, Mr. Fairley.
All right, start it, Klaus.
Scene 12, take 1.
And action. The Baron is not expected before tonight, dearest?
Not until quite late. I think I shall stay here forever. It is so enchanting. I'm sick of formality, Ralph. I'm bored with the same walls, the same faces, the same small talk.
And the same guardian?
I feel almost free here.
And then why not leave? Come away with me.
Once when I was a child, my father took me to such a fair. He filled me with cakes and pink drinks.
Yes, and you always got sick.
Oh, but it was worth it. I enjoyed it so.
Oh, look, Laura, look. This is the House of Horrors.
It doesn't look so horrible. All tinsel and paint.
Come inside with me. All right, cut. Hey, that was right on the nose, kids. It's a perfect first take. Oh, good. All right. right, that's it for now. We'll pick up the woods near the castle at 8 tonight. Just take it easy until then. Klaus, you'll have your crew setting up at 7, right?
At 7, Mr. Fairley.
Honey, you in a hurry?
No, why?
Well, how about a tramp to the House of Horrors? Give you the $5 tour?
I could use the exercise.
Good. You pick the passage, we'll follow it.
It's Petit, Jibbity, Zippity, Zam.
Sam it is.
Oh, this reminds me of my first date.
All first dates are creepy. Mine had a walleye.
And mine took me to the tunnel of love. Our first kiss was an orthodontist nightmare. Braces rubbing against braces. We sent out sparks that lit the tunnel.
It's too bad we're past the braces stage.
You know, Tom, that's the first time I've heard you laugh since we started this trip.
There's nothing much to laugh at.
Was it that bad?
Yeah. I get the feeling I'm reliving the whole thing. I don't know why.
Well, I'm a pretty good listener, Tom. Want to talk about it?
Well, why not? It was 45 and the war was just over. We'd been through some rough times and we were sent here for R&R.
R&R?
Rest and recreation. Seemed like heaven at first. So peaceful. No noise, no bloodshed. But it turned sour. Some of my buddies got blown away.
Did they ever discover who did it?
No, not a clue. The Army command blamed the neo-Nazis, the werewolves. But the townspeople were convinced it had something to do with the Mad Baron. It's a bad scene.
And you?
I believe what I see. But it did shake me. I'm glad Flip is all right.
So am I.
But not for the same reason?
Oh, look, Tom. Flip and I are just friends. Casual friends.
That's the best news I've had in days.
What's right up ahead?
Looks like a treadle.
Well, what are we waiting for? Treadles are for treading. Step on it.
Disturbed my slumber. I will have revenge.
That's one heck of an effect. The Baron and non-living rubber expanding before your very eyes. This would be sensational at Macy's parade.
Cross didn't overlook a thing. It should go over big with the tourists and the people in the village.
On the contrary, after the first person sees this, it will keep them away.
Houseman, where did you come from?
What are you doing here?
Just visiting?
Oh, you startled us.
I know. I seem to have the same effect on the people in town.
You look familiar to me. I've seen you before, but I can't remember where.
Shadows and half-light make strange impressions. I wonder if you can give me a hand, Mr. Fairley.
With what?
Something I found in a recess back there.
Okay, lead the way.
What is it?
I don't know. Signs of digging. I was about to see what it was when I heard your voices. Here.
Hey, you're right, Helmut. Those are fresh marks. Don't come any closer, Irene.
What is it?
A wild boar, I think.
What's left of it? It's not a pretty sight.
It's literally been ripped apart.
Yes? I understand. It will be all over tonight. No, we'll finish the rest back in the States. You can count on that.
What was that all about?
The town council. They want us out as soon as possible. They were polite but firm. Too many things been happening. Flip and then the dead boar. The word's getting around and it's becoming amplified in each telling. Did your visit to town pay off?
I think so. It was tough getting permission to go through the old records. The clerk of the city hall was the perfect bureaucrat. He insisted on an application countersigned by his boss. I threatened to go to the burgomaster, and he caved in.
Well, how about the newspaper?
They were reluctant, too, but greedy. A few marks in the right palm paved the way.
Well...
All right, see for yourself. Here's a reproduction of the paper's front page 100 years ago. Take a squint at the guy who was separated from his head.
I don't know. It's pretty well faded.
Look at the eyes and the forehead.
It could be, I suppose.
And here's a print of an oil painting of the original Baron von Frankenstein.
I believe Mr. Fairley thinks the picture resembles me.
All right, Helmut, where the devil did you come from?
This old castle is honeycombed with secret passages.
And you just keep wandering through them like you know where you are.
I have been exploring them for days.
You know, Tom, there is a resemblance.
A trick of your imagination.
I knew I'd seen you somewhere before.
You're talking nonsense, gentlemen. I could not possibly have been here a century ago, let alone 400 years.
How about 30 years ago?
I was only a child then.
What about your family?
I have none. They were killed in the war. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Larkin?
I don't know about Frank, but it sure doesn't clear things up for me. Stay inside until midnight, Helmut. You understand?
Perfectly.
And stay out of the passages until the show's been recorded. I don't want any more surprises.
This place is beginning to get me. I'd be glad to get it over with. Dinner is ready. We'll eat in here tonight.
Just as long as it isn't boar. Hey, where's Eileen?
She has a headache.
Well, I'd better go up and see if I can do anything for her.
It's not necessary. I've sent some food up to her. I have some bad news. 3 members of the crew quit. They were all as frightened as the townspeople. Bad news?
That's all we need.
Well, I have replaced them, but with such short notice, I'm afraid I've not been able to run up the most competent technicians.
I don't imagine what's happened today helped much.
Well, that's all right, Klaus. I know you've done your best, and we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, pass your salad, will you, Tom?
Nothing stops your appetite, does it, Fred?
No, I'm just a growing boy, Tom. I need fuel for my engines.
What's that?
Eileen.
It's just behind that wall.
Impossible. There's nothing there.
You keep trying the wall. There may be a passage there. I'm going to a row.
I'm with you.
Look, the place is a mess. Everything's happened to Eileen.
I know, Tom.
Look, footsteps in blood. They lead up to the panel.
All right, let's knock a hole in it.
It's no use. That's oak, several inches thick.
Here. Press this calm. Where did you come from, Helmut?
We'll talk about that later. Hey, look, it's moving. And here she is. Eileen. Eileen. Honey. Here. That's good. She's coming around. Are you all right, Eileen?
I think so.
What happened?
I was lying in bed, trying to pull myself together. It was dark and cool. Suddenly I felt something in the room. I sat upright, but I couldn't see anything. I knew it was there. I stepped off the bed, felt something warm and sticky. I panicked and ran. Next thing I knew, I was being held. And then, nothing.
You fainted.
I suppose so. Just as I was going out, I heard my name.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was just a whisper.
A nightmare, perhaps?
A nightmare? With a German accent.
Robert Penn Warren wrote, "The nightmare stumbles past, and you have heard it fumble at your door before it whimpers and is gone. It acts like the old hound that used to snuffle your door and moan. But who, your host inquires, has heard it speak with accent foreign?" We shall return shortly with more on the Castle of Bad Dreams in Act 3.
This is Mel Blanc, and voices are my business. In Warner Brother cartoons, you probably know me as the crazy little character...
Daffy Duck.
or,
Porky Pig.
or...
Bugs Bunny, Doc.
We all have a voice in matters that affect us in our community, and it's necessary to speak out to get the best possible community services. One community tradition, which really deserves vocal support, is the library. The library has been serving up all kinds of information ever since this country began. After all, you can get thousands of voices in the library's books, on film, records, and tapes. And you can borrow these voices freely. But the library can't give you such good service without a lot of vocal and personal support from you. This means you need to write or call your community officials and speak up for the library.
It's all in the air, folks. At the library.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
If you have ever ridden a nightmare, you know what a hellish mount it can make. It carries you unwillingly beyond anguish and terror, through deadly whispers and pools of blood. But oh, the relief when it's over. Let's return now to Act 3 and the end of the ride.
How's Eileen doing, Tom?
Physically fine, but she's as tight as a drum. Now, look, why don't we get the police in, Frank?
No way. We've got 2 strikes against us in town now. Call the authorities in and we're through. We've gone too far.
We certainly have. We're right up against the point of no return.
But the production is almost
Oh,
finished.
damn the production. What does it take to convince you? Corpses?
You're being melodramatic, Tom. Nothing's really happened yet. So Flip saw something and a boar was slaughtered.
Did you see the condition Eileen's room was in? And how did she get into the passageway?
Surely you've heard of sleepwalking.
And I suppose she dreamed up the mangled animal in the blood, huh?
No. But so far, no one's been hurt.
Yeah, so far.
And nothing is going to happen. Well, we've got everybody on the alert. There are guards all around the place. Klaus has brought some extra men in. We've taken every precaution.
Every precaution except the most obvious one. Now, let's get out of here, Frank, before it's too late.
Not until the show's wrapped up. Come in. What is it, Helmut?
Harker says we're ready. Oh, you used the door this time, Helmut. What happened? The passageway blocked?
Why the get-up? You won't be on camera, you know.
Just a few replicas of the Baron's wardrobe to help me get into character. Authentic, I can assure you.
You're taking this role quite seriously.
I take all my roles that way. And only one way to act. If that's all, I'll be going.
Okay, tell them Mr. Fairley will be right there.
All right, what's up, Frank? I should be splitting too.
Now, look, Tom, I don't feel there are any grounds for your suspicions, but I've had some checks made on Helmut's past. What he's done, where he comes from. I expect a report any moment now. That should clear the air.
I hope so.
Now, all I ask is let's get the job done. Don't let your feelings get in the way.
I won't. But if the news is sour, don't keep it from me, will you? In this case, ignorance can be disaster. Oh, boy, it's getting cold out here, Tom. What's taking them so long? They're almost set. How do you feel, Eileen?
About like Flip. Cold and miserable. Oh, I could use a fireplace and a hot toddy.
That's just what you'll have as soon as we finish this scene. It's short, but not sweet. Now, you and Flip, as the Baron's ward and your suitor, are returning to the castle. You got it? You're frightened, and Flip is trying to comfort you.
Ah, good. That's one scene I'll truly enjoy.
Mr. Fairley, why didn't you answer me on the talk back?
I didn't hear anything.
The equipment must be out. We're set to go.
Oh, good. Where's Frank Larkin?
I thought he was with you. He left us some time ago.
Did he say where he was going?
I assumed he was coming here. He did say something strange.
What was that?
Something about being convinced at last. Does that mean anything to you?
It sure does, Klaus. Send your men through the woods and the castle grounds.
I think we're just wasting our time. Let's go back to the castle and wait. He'll be along.
You can go back, Flip. I'm not going to give up until we find Frank. Oh. We shall have the crypto search and Klaus's crew to hear from.
Mr. Fairley, Mr. Larkin. We found him. Come quickly. This way, Mr. Fairley. In the clearing.
Is he hurt?
Yes. I think badly. There. I cannot hear you, I'm afraid.
Oh, but he's still breathing. Get an ambulance.
Help is on the way.
Was he conscious at all?
No.
Oh, no. Don't try to talk, Frank. We're here. You're going to be all right.
Frank, just lie quietly.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me.
this, Frank?
Cold, damp, and the smell.
Who was it?
Cold, bitter cold, and the smell, decayed.
No. He's unconscious. We'll talk to him later. Olga, did your men find anything else?
Just the glass. It is curious, Tom.
What? I don't see anything.
Yes, you do, but it doesn't mean anything to you. You weren't here when we found Flip. The area is flattened, and the same strange discoloration.
What's all this got to do with Frank?
I don't know. But I promise you, I'll find out. Listen, I'm calling about Mr. Frank Larkin. The patient in room 305. You understand me? Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I see. Thank you.
Tom, what did they say?
His condition is stable. That's what every hospital says unless you're dying.
Do they expect him to be there long?
Just a few days. You know, it's all so strange. So many things have happened. Flip, you... And now Frank. And nobody's been really hurt badly.
There are a few mangled animals.
Yes, well, that's what's bugging me. The animals get slaughtered, but people are more frightened than hurt. Except for Frank's close shaved. Well, why? It doesn't make any sense. Anything powerful enough to mash some poor defenseless creature surely could do more damage than that.
Well, maybe there's no connection between any of the things that have happened.
Oh, that'd be piling coincidence on coincidence. I don't believe it, and I don't think Frank did either. After he got that phone call he was waiting for.
Well, then why don't you call the police?
For the same reason that Frank didn't.
But you kept begging Frank to delay the production.
Oh, not now. I'm going to finish it tonight, for Frank's sake. But I'm going to be sure that whoever's behind this pays the price.
And how will you do that, Mr. Fairley?
Oh. I guess you tried the door once and didn't care for it, huh?
It is easier to use the passageway. You didn't answer my question?
I know I didn't. The reason is simple. I don't know yet. But I will before tonight's over.
You mentioned a phone call Mr. Larkin received.
Yes. If only I knew what it was.
Perhaps I can help you.
How?
The telephone lines into the castle were of special installation. An exact record is kept at the company of every call made from and into the building.
Well, then all we have to do is call the company and find out.
Not exactly. They will give it to the police, however.
That's out.
Why?
Please, Tom, call them in. And the next time, whoever's doing this may forget the difference between man and beast.
She's right, Mr. Fairley. You do not know whom you are dealing with.
Do you?
Auf Wiedersehen. I will see you shortly, when the fun begins.
Okay, Klaus, let's get some levels.
Get Flip to say a few lines. We need some levels.
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein Collection.
That's enough, fine. Thank you. Now stand by.
See if you can sharpen up the sound, Klaus.
Yeah, I will try.
All right, Eileen. You get to the Baron's room in the castle. Helmet's there already. We'll do your scene first.
Are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. We've got everything under control. I'll see you later. Klaus, pick up Helmet. Tell him Eileen's on her way.
Yeah. Helmut? Mr. Fairley would like to speak with you. Get on the talk back. Helmut? Are you there, Helmut? Get to the talk back.
Give me that, will you? Helmut, this is Tom Fairley.
I'm here, Tom, but no sign of Helmut.
Where the devil is he?
I don't know.
Oh, damn. Ask one of the men outside the door to check. You stay put.
He says he saw Helmut heading for the crypt some time ago.
Klaus, see if you can find him. I'll handle things here.
Yeah.
Flip, do you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Tom. You ready for me now?
Have you seen Helmut?
Nope. He's supposed to be here?
Just stand by. Eileen, have they found Helmut yet?
No. What's going on?
I don't know.
I think we had better go to the crypt scene first. I've seen him through the passageway, but there are no signs of Helmut.
I guess you're right. Flip?
Yeah, what now?
Start your narration, and if you spot Helmut, let me know, huh?
Okay. This is Flip Johnson in the burial crypt underneath the Frankenstein Castle. It is said that every century the monster that slew Baron von Frankenstein returns to feed his bloodlust. And every century the Baron returns from his grave to meet his fate again. We are less than a minute from the hour of midnight, when all this is supposed to take place. The question is, what will happen here tonight? In just a few seconds we shall know. This burial crypt is one solid room cut out of deep rock. Behind the crypt is a tunnel leading to other burial vaults and to passages that have never been truly explored. It is reputed that 1,000 years of Frankenstein lie buried here. But, wait a minute, cut it, Tom. I have to stop. Listen, are you picking up any sounds?
Yes, something that sounds like dragging. Do you see anything?
Oh, no, but the sounds are getting louder. Tom, are you trying to pull something?
Oh, no, Flip, believe me. Why would I try to pull it?
Something seems to be dragging. I hear breathing. At least that's where I think it is. It's getting cold and damp in here, and I smell something horrible.
Get out, Flip. Get out as fast as you can. All right, close in, men. Get into the crypt as fast as you can. I want every man in there.
I can see them now. Eyes. Evil. Bright as cat's eyes. Glowing. And enormous. Oh, God, help me. I can't move. It's here. It's here. Who are you?
This is the crypt, Tom. Someone's heading into the passageway. Over there, I think it's Helmut.
What about Flip?
It's not good. His throat's been crushed. He's not breathing.
Somebody stay with Flip. The rest of you go after whatever is in that passageway. There. Stop! Stop, Helmut. Don't move.
He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
He's disappeared. Vanished. It was thin air. So, this is goodbye, my friends.
Yes, and I can't say I'm sorry to go.
Tell me, what will you do with the tapes?
Well, make a show out of them. Add a few scenes, and we'll be ready to send some shivers down our listeners' spines.
The publicity should help.
I suppose so. But I can't help wishing it hadn't come at such a price. Poor Flip. It was a costly show.
Klaus, we've been sparring around for quite a while now. Let's stop avoiding the subject. Who was Helmut?
An actor. That is all I know.
But without a past. The report I received was completely blank except for his acting credits. Nothing.
He was just an actor. Obsessed with a role.
Do you really think so, Klaus?
What else can I think?
Then how do you explain what happened in the crypts? After he attacked and killed Flip, you and your men closed in on him?
And he vanished.
Right before your eyes.
But there must be an explanation. You know, every inch of the castle and its grounds, every secret passageway.
Then you don't think he met the fate of the Mad Baron?
There were no signs of his remains.
Just some flattened, burned-out blades of grass.
It's an unbelievable climax for a legend.
Legends have no climax. They go on and on.
Drop us a line when you find out what really happened.
I promise. But if you don't hear from me soon, you may have to wait another century for the facts.
Since we don't have 100 years to spare, we'll just have to make up our own minds about Paul Helmut. Was he the infamous Baron von Frankenstein brought back to life? Or was he, and I don't mean to be redundant, merely a crazed actor? I'll be back shortly. There is no need to look for a supernatural source of evil. Man has shown himself capable of every wickedness. But regardless of where it arises, evil has a vitality beyond time. Its power can be stemmed, but it will return. Our cast included Michael Wager, Leon Janney, Ralph Bell, E.V. Juster, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Now, a preview of our next tale.
She ran out into the moor without a cloak. But Heathcliff's horse was not in the stable, and no one knew where he had gone. Catherine returned after midnight in the midst of a thunderstorm, soaked to the skin, and coming down with a severe chill. Oh, Miss Catherine, you must let me help you to bed.
He's gone, Nellie. He's gone. And my nightmares are coming true.
You'll feel better when you've had some sleep.
I'll never sleep again. I've been abandoned. Oh, it's just like my dreams. I saw myself tapping on the window, begging, "Let me in, let me in."
Oh, hush, child.
And no one answered. And my hand broke through the glass, so the blood was running down my arm. Oh, get the blood stains off, Nellie. Get the blood stains off.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Father Benedek Estegon, write this chronicle of the year 1476 at the command of Matthias Corvinus, King of Hungary, and my ecclesiastical superiors, who resolve me from the evils I have witnessed. God's mercy cleanse my mind of those dark days. The mighty castle of Târgoviște. There I served as chaplain and chancellor to that prince of Wallachia and Transylvania called Vlad V, the most cruel of men, yet once the most just of rulers, known now and to the future by his more legendary names, Vlad Tepes, the Impaler, and of a darker meaning still, Lord. Why then are you reading?
It is nothing, Father.
I will be the judge of that. Let me see.
But, Father...
My son, obey.
It is a calendar, nothing more.
A list of crimes attributed to him.
Every one from a living witness.
It is your death warrant. Burn it now.
Destroy it, then. I will not forget. The record will remain. A testimony of death to our noble lord.
He paid for those crimes with 13 years of his life. The debt is settled.
Small payment before God.
King Matthias Corvinus thinks otherwise. Do you challenge his wisdom?
How can those slaughtered bodies ever be balanced? Hundreds when he sacked the town of Brasov. 5,000 at Great Shieldov. 25,000 in the Bulgarian campaign.
God rest their souls and give them peace.
Did Lord Dracula say that? As he had them all impaled on pointed stakes, alive.
3 years ago, I was young, and, like you, filled with pride for truth. With Emmanuel, a brother priest, I traveled the villages of this land, preaching our faith boldly. One day, word reached us to attend the Voivode Dracula at his court, here in Târgoviște. We came bravely, for we knew the horrifying reputation of the man. But he greeted us most courteously.
Monk Emmanuel, you have preached to my people. Do they respect you for it?
They respect the word of God, my lord.
And what do they say of me?
All manner of good things, my lord. All men hold you in honor and affection. There is no man but does not call you noble.
Guard, take this monk and feed him, while I question his brother. Your name, monk?
Benedict, my lord.
I suspect from your face that you fear me.
You hold me in the palm of your hand, my lord. But I fear God more. They call you tyrant, and you are renowned only for your vile cruelty. You have proved as much, for they do not call you Vlad Tepes for nothing.
No man has dared call me the Impaler to my face before.
You asked for truth. Even if it be my last words, I give it, freely.
Then you shall live, as witness to the glory of your truth.
My lord, thanks be to you and to God.
But think on this, priest. Every truth carries its own punishment as well as reward. Your reward is life. Guard, the priest who lied, impale him in front of his brother here, as witness.
No.
God
have mercy.
No.
Deliver us.
No. No. No.
I stayed there, hopeless to the end. It was a slow death.
Yet you have remained here at Turgovishta until now, even after Vlad Dracula's imprisonment. Why?
It was a wish granted to him by King Matthias Corvinus, that I should serve Vlad Dracula as his witness before God. But that king, too, has a dark sense of justice. The price of Vlad's freedom was conversion to my faith.
It has taken 13 years.
But now his faith is deep and strong. He is the fiercest of the king's champions.
Now he has the king's sister as wife, big with their bond child. Does that wipe away the past?
My son, do not question the lives of princes unwisely. Go now, and pray for the Lady Ilonia in her hour of childbirth. Vlad's marriage to the king's sister, Ilonia, had taken place in the last months of his exile in the fortress of Buda. He had been married before, and from that union a son, Istvan, had grown to manhood. Though Vlad, like all princes, had taken concubines and mistresses, this second wedlock was of a different nature. If love ever existed in his life at all, it was for the gentle, serene Ilonia. At the end of the summer, when he brought her at last to his great castle of Târgovishte, she was already heavy with child. Now she lay in labor, but her stepson Istvan's face was cold.
She suffers. The signs are not good.
She is a frail vessel, my lord Istvan. Our prayers must go out for her.
Your prayers, father, not mine.
The child she bears will be your sibling.
A half-brother only.
Perhaps a sister, but of royal blood.
I am my father's firstborn. That birthright cannot be taken from me.
No one denies that right.
At the first cry of the child she bears, I am denied everything. I will not share.
At least, like your father, be just.
I leave justice to God. Will God listen to her, or to me, do you think, father?
He makes his own judgments, my son.
And I'll be more useful inspecting the stables. You make a better listener to God than I, father.
Father Benedict.
Yes, Catelyn, my child.
Come. Dr. Sentish begs that you should come quickly.
Thank God Catelyn found your father. When Doctor calls for priest. It's that bad, yes. Her first child. And she is not young. Pray for her, father. And for us also. Is there no hope at all? The midwives know, as I do. And we are in terror for our lives. If I fail, he forgives nothing. Dr. Sentish, more than anything, he desires a son by her. Give him that, and you will share his triumph. Do nothing, and you lose everything. Pray for me, Father. I pray for us all. Elizabeth, Catelyn, hold me lady fast. We have no choice.
Father Benedict? My lord? Why is your presence needed at my wife's bedside?
To give her strength and God's grace.
Is she so weak?
She fights valiantly to give you a son.
She knows my mind.
She would give everything to please you.
A son. Istvan is already a man, but this son will be supreme.
Not only your heir, but heir to the king and Hungary.
With such a bloodline, he will be greater than the hero John Hunyadi himself. He will conquer all Asia in the name of Christ, my son.
My lord, come away.
Must she suffer? Every cry tears at my flesh.
It is the glory of women to bring forth life.
But the pain...
Without it, there would be no dignity.
As in death also. Man can discover all secrets, given time. Do you hear? Is that a child? My newborn son?
That is not a child's cry.
Well, what have they done?
Silence!
Sentess! Show me my son!
My lord.
Show me!
My lord, it never lived.
That is not my son. Benedict, do you see this thing?
Do not dwell on it, my lord.
Blotched and twisted. It's not human. It's evil. A malignant creature.
Sentence, cover it, man.
Hide it. Take it, Benedict. Exorcise and burn that devil's lump while I shrive its conjurer. God!
My lord, hold fast to God.
She will live now. You will see. We have torn the evil from her belly. She will live. She will live! God!
My lord!
Take these butchers from my sight. Let them take as long to die as they performed their work upon her.
My lord!
No!
Hear me. Bird of the night. Listen to your lord.
My lord, have I pleased you?
Oh, you have pleased me. Do not fly away.
Let me rest between your hands. I am so tired.
Oh, the blood, Benedict, the blood. Will it never cease?
My lord, do not blame our son.
Oh, I will blame no one. Only stay with me.
I must sleep.
Is it sleep, Benedict? Tell me.
She will never wake.
She sleeps, damn you. I feel her heart against my face. The warmth. Oh, God, the blood. Will nothing stop the blood?
You have killed the only man who could have saved her.
You lie.
I speak nothing but truth. I am God's witness.
Will he take her too, and my son?
He has his justice as you have yours. Accept what he gives, and you will find peace, my son.
I do not accept.
He is greater than you, than your king, than all great princes. Accept.
No!
He has taken what is his. You cannot reclaim her. Only give.
Give? Accept? If he is so great a prince, then he will give and accept. I am an honest man. I have served his cause. I have killed soulless infidels in his name, and built holy churches on battlefields once drenched with blood. I have been God's champion. If I have any right to that claim, let her live.
Your challenge is too late. She is dead.
Then all goodness and grace dies with her.
My son, for the love you once had for her, God-given.
I deny God. I am his everlasting enemy. I spit upon his mercy.
I cannot remain here. It is unholy.
You will stay.
Then will you kill me too?
You are tied to me, priest. By your own words, you are God's witness. What I shall do is dedicated to your eyes, and through you will defile him.
You told me once, for every action, there is a consequence.
Ah, the sword of truth, double-edged, good and evil. Well, by my evil, you will know good. But until I release you from that stewardship, you will suffer my sins as you suffered Brother Emmanuel's agony to the death.
Father.
Keep your sympathy from me, Istvan.
Only this minute I've been told.
Then you know. She died. Killed by the monstrosity within her, and by an absence of God's mercy.
But don't let grief blind.
I am not a woman to be comforted. I am Vlad Dracula.
You are my father.
Then obey.
Command me.
Leave Tergovishta. Go to the king. Do battle for his cause with honor. But you will say nothing of what has happened here.
But it is his sister, your wife. The funeral ceremony.
I command you to say nothing.
Yes, Father.
You must have no part in this grim chronicle, my son. The conflict is not yours. But go. Go now and quickly. And leave me to what I must do.
The funeral of the Lady Ilonia was Dracula's last respect to her name. Every possession in her name was burnt. Her ladies-in-waiting were butchered and impaled at the entrance to her tomb. Her name was never to be spoken again. But this was not the end of the perverted death rites commanded by Lord Dracula. The doors of every church in Tergovishta were barred and bolted. Every holy bell pulled down. Every priest banished under threat of violent death. The name of God was forbidden. A terrifying silence of the soul hung over Tergovishta. And only I remained.
Father Benedict.
Jacob! My son, you must go with the others. Quickly.
Come with us.
I cannot.
There is still time.
My time is here. I am God's only link with this wretched prince. I may yet save him from himself.
You cannot save him. He is forever damned.
My son, you do not understand.
I know this. Without you, his evil will have no meaning. Leave him now. Leave him, Father.
No.
I will not be far away.
You are commanded to leave Tergovishta under pain of death.
The people need me. They will keep me safe, hidden in the town.
Now who's looking for the martyr's death?
Not me. After what I've seen, I'm a coward. You won't find me preaching and ranting at street corners.
Just skulking in cellars, celebrating Mass.
It's the least I can do. Before God.
Take care, my son.
You also, Father. I will say masses for you in the people's name.
Give them my blessing. Go now. Quickly!
I'll hide in the vestry.
All out!
Goodbye, Father.
Priest Benedict.
Yes, my son.
We're not related, so none of that eyewash.
We are before...
Don't mention that name. It means death.
I speak that name without fear. God.
For his sake, then, Father, do not make me commit that crime. Not to you.
Do not be afraid, Captain Valence. I alone may speak that name, protected by Lord Dracula's favor.
Others aren't, though. And if I allow that name to be spoken, then it's me hanging from the highest stake, clutching my guts.
Black justice.
I'm his man, and I abide by it.
I want no man to suffer for my sake, Valence.
That won't be easy. With you protected...
Someone has to pay. I know.
Well, take care.
Was that the reason for you coming to this chapel?
It's to be walled up.
But it's my place of worship. His place.
There is no place for him in the castle of Tergovishta.
He is here, though. Isn't he?
I'm not here to talk. There's a job to be done.
Leave me time for prayer, at least.
I daren't. Lord Dracula demands your presence.
Now?
While we purge the castle of any priests who think they'll stay.
The last place they'd come would be this chapel.
That's why I'm ordered to wall up every door and window without searching it.
Give me 5 minutes, no more.
Sorry, Father.
Have you no piety?
I prefer to stay alive. Out you come, Father. Unless you want to stay in there with the spiders and the mice.
They are his creatures.
But there's none that you have a special regard for, is there? Or was the echo I heard...
What?
No more than an echo. I mean to say, if it had been a priest, hiding perhaps...
What makes you say that?
It was only a thought, but if it had been... Well, either I'd have to take him out and impale him outside the castle walls...
Dear God, not that.
Or he'll stay as quiet as a mouse as we seal him in and die in good company, without light or air or pain. Come away, Father. Either way, there's nothing you can do.
Nothing. Only witness.
No time for that, even. I must take you to Lord Dracula right away. Come along.
Hurry, priest. Mount your horse.
I am not prepared for a journey.
Soldier, give the priest your cloak. You may freeze, but my witness must be kept warm.
Sooner than he suffers, I will do without.
Take it, or he dies on his captain's sword now.
Thank you. Thank you, my son.
Remember, priest, accept.
Without question?
Or be witness to the consequence.
Where do we ride?
My spies tell me there is a village priest who calls me the accursed impaler. We ride to visit him. Forward, Captain!
Then you dare to spread your vengeance beyond the walls of Tergovista.
Where it affects me, yes. But I will bring him back to Tergovista and show him what he says is true. Headman, I am Lord Dracula.
I know it, my lord.
What is your name?
Pierre Gay, my lord. I speak for all the village.
Your priest also?
He is not here, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
Rather than have your anger spill over against us, he left the village.
I came to show him the truth in what he calls me. Tepesh, the impaler.
My lord, no. Spare them.
This priest knows my ways, Gergely. When your priest returns, you will present him with proof of what he claims of me.
Proof, my lord?
I am Vlad the Impaler. He will know it is I who passed this way, for the evidence will stand here, before his church. You, his congregation.
Less than 50 souls lived there. He spared none. As we left that small forest of impaled innocents, Lord Dracula turned briefly to me and smiled, coldly. I could say nothing for the grief that blinded me.
Tears, priest? Is the winter wind so bitter? There is worse yet to come.
His march of terror swept like a scythe through the villages and hamlets set about Tergovista. His soldiers, those terrible avengers, first savored, then sickened of the bloodlust that drove their master on. At last, blood lost its obsession even for him, and he turned his proud stallion's head homeward, to the next crossroads that would carry...
What is it, Captain? Do they fate us, or do they flee in terror?
Neither, my lord. They quote a witch. They're testing her, then putting her to death.
Without my permission?
They seem to think her death will honor you, my lord.
Let us see this witch. Let the witch stand forth.
Speak, Janos.
She scourged my cattle and Laszlo's too.
3 calves I'd lost. And the children, where are they? Make her speak.
Put her to the death.
Oh, don't let her come close, master. She'll curse your beast.
Sign of evil is on her. Beware.
Silence! Stand close, girl. I would see your face.
Look into my eyes. If you dare.
The girl stood forward, dirty and ragged, but with all the grace of a young animal. Her hair was free, and although threatened by the villagers about her, she had a pride that made them her slaves. But it was when I saw her eyes that I knew she was evil. She was of the breed of Lucifer, and no one can look into those eyes and be called holy. I turned my face aside and prayed.
I am named Militsa. Call these dogs from me.
Give me good reason.
Because you are Vlad Dracula. And you have need of me.
We have proved her guilty. She must die.
I will interrogate her.
Torture her. She'll talk then. She must be burned. Here.
She will be questioned at Tergovishta.
No, she must be destroyed. In the ancient manner.
Laszlo, Janos, the pitchfork.
Kill those 2 men. Take the girl on your saddle, Ferenc. We ride for Tergovishta.
I ride with no man but my Lord Dracula.
Then you will walk barefoot at my horse's flank. And if you fall, you die.
Ride on, then, my lord.
Salamander! Forward! Move, you black devil!
He will move only at my command.
Those peasants were right. You have cursed the beast.
Seat me at the pommel of your saddle.
I am not to be commanded.
Lift me up.
Now, break the spell, witch.
Salamander, go!
Our return to Tergovishta was swift. We paused for nothing. Salamander, as though possessed by the very powers of darkness, set a pace that only checked when we reached the gates of the citadel. The first of the winter storms was already upon us, cursing and howling its eerie song among the palisade of stakes outside the castle walls.
Why have we stopped?
Are these your enemies, set upon those stakes?
They are my people, delivered from a worse evil than death.
I have come too late, then.
Why? Would you save them?
No, my lord. They are past that.
Do they amuse you?
They are broken puppets now. But how they must have danced and bled. Salamander, go in.
Closer to the fire, priest. Warm yourself. It's going to be a long winter.
The girl, Melitza.
She is being tended now, bathed and dressed. She will be a welcome pleasure. I shall enjoy her.
She owes you her life.
She will pay for it. Did you see her body, Benedek? How it moved and twisted. Mother naked beneath her rags.
I saw only the evil in her eyes.
Did it draw you? Command you? Make you lust for her?
No.
Then you turned away too quickly.
I have no part in what she can give you.
You are my witness. I command your eyes.
No.
You will see her flesh, and my hand upon it. You will see my desire fulfilled.
He will see nothing.
He sees all, suffers all.
What I bring you is not for old men's eyes. See, he already suffers. Why do you think he cannot bear to look at me? Shall I set my lips upon you, priest?
He burns! See how he burns!
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I am Lilith, sweet daughter of Astarte Astaroth. Can you deny Our Lady of Babylon? Or her handmaiden?
I do deny her, and all her evil ways. I call upon God to protect me and punish...
Oh, get rid of this old fool.
Leave us, priest.
I want him killed. Impaled. Now.
No.
He would cry out. Blood spurting on the stake. As I, upon...
No. While I live, he lives.
Is his power over you so great?
Ask him.
Priest, answer.
I stand for God, whom Vlad Dracula would deny.
Is that your revenge, Tepesh? Is that all?
Now, do not mock me, Gypsy.
You're a child, smashing trinkets out of spite. That is no vengeance against his feeble deity.
The people cry out at my evil.
But that is not power.
No one denies Vlad Dracula.
The screams of dying men, the shudders of an old priest. Is that all you seek?
Do not listen to her.
There is a greater vengeance. The priest knows it. Ask him.
I will not answer.
Answer, or she...
Tepesh.
He faces a moment of truth.
Two-edged.
He knows it.
Step back. You are not beyond redemption.
You are afraid. For my soul's sake, you are afraid.
Yes. If you go on, you are lost to God.
But not to you. You are still my witness.
Release me. Give me peace.
Never.
Make him leave. Our night is before us.
Now, speak first. I wish to see the terror in his eyes for what he knows awaits me.
Look into the priest's eyes.
Well, look at me, Benedict. Through those aged tears.
My son, for the love of God.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see love there. Mingling with the fear. Poor old man. There is such a despair in your soul. I slip through your fingers like quicksilver. Do you feel me as I go from you?
Yes.
Oh, such a desperate sadness. Would you be happy if I gave you back my soul?
God would be happy, my son.
That's what I thought. Leave us and go to him. Tell him in your prayers that you have failed. Tell him I serve a new master. Go.
And while you pray, priest, remember, the initiation starts with me.
There was no part of that great castle in which I could escape the memory of those serenely evil eyes. Gold-flecked like the great cat. The many soldiers were restless and on edge. Their serving women panicked at every shadow, while the horses in the stables around the courtyard fretted and kicked all night long. I found Captain Ferrance in a lonely turret.
Do you hear them, priest? The horses.
They know that something is wrong.
It's the storm. Never like a cold storm, horses don't.
Perhaps they know who raised it.
You've been listening to the serving wenches, superstitious sluts.
The soldiers too, then. They blame the gypsy.
Do you think she's a witch?
I know she is.
That won't save her from the master, if she fails to please him.
She's already her slave, bewitched body and mind. She will rule us all.
So soon?
You expected it?
He was getting sick of the blood. Something had to happen.
Something has happened. Something so evil.
Dracula bedding a gypsy girl. Nothing new in that. Where's your faith?
Riding the wind. It may not see this night out.
It will last longer than these castle walls. Why else do you reckon my Lord Dracula picked on you as his holy water jester?
Do you speak truth, Ferrance?
Common sense, at least.
Jacob was right. The Holy Church rests in the souls of the people. God save his memory.
The way you speak of him, anyone think he was dead?
What? But he cannot be alive. The chapel...
Yes, walled up. Doors and windows all.
Then how?
There's more ways in and out of this castle than you can see with your own two eyes, Father.
Passages. Tunnels.
Yes, for those who've got the guile to go looking for them.
From the vestry.
Is that a fact?
But where?
They do say that the old sewers Built by the Romans, like as not. Run clear down underneath the town.
Then he's safe. With the people.
The wind's so strong up here, you know. I can hardly hear a word you say.
Bless you, my son.
For a winter wind. Small blessing there.
It warms me like the fire of Christ, tempering my faith.
May it blow long and full then. For you'll need your faith with that black witch among us.
Gypsy girl, you are a witch.
A witch. But more than a witch.
Silver-bodied, like the slender moon.
She is my sign. As Draconis, serpent of the stars, is yours.
And together we rule the night sky.
But the moon is dying.
It wanes only to return.
My lord, I weaken also.
What are you saying?
I'm ruled by her. She is the mother of my spirit. As the moon dies, so I am plunged into darkness. Soon, it will be time.
You cannot leave me, I command you.
Accept what I tell you. My lord.
You are not to die.
I shall return. Only accept.
What is happening? Your face.
Look away. Leave me now.
Come back! Come back!
Believe in my power.
I believe. Only stay.
Look into my eyes.
Melitza, what have you become?
At the full moon, I will show you a great secret. Come to me. Then...
No, I will not leave your side. I will call doctors, the greatest physicians in my land.
They know nothing. The owl knows all. It is time.
The moon. Melitza. The moon.
Father Benedict! Wake, priest, wake! What is it, my son? Come quickly. My lord commands you. In a moment. Now, you dare not delay. What is wrong? He has gone mad. The gypsy girl is dying.
Was it you, priest? What sacred incantation have you performed?
I have done nothing, my lord.
She has left me, she too, and if it was your doing...
I had no hand in it, I swear.
You will die as no man has ever died before. You will beg, and my only mercy will be greater pain.
If that is God's will.
Admit it! You wished her destruction.
To save your soul, yes.
Ah! There I have you, priest, self-confessed. Murder by sorcery.
But God in his mercy has spared me that terrible act.
Huh?
The sorcery is hers.
What?
See, I hold this glass before her lips. She is not dead.
There is breath. There is breath.
It is a witch's trance. A catalepsy.
She said, only believe.
By this she has made you her slave.
She has true power.
She is evil.
And I believe in her.
Then you are lost.
Until the full moon. Only until then.
My lord, dismiss me.
No. You are the watchman. You will stay here by her side. Only when she is mine again will I release you.
Vlad Dracula knew I had no choice. I sat by that living corpse, waiting for the moon spell to run its length of days and nights. By candlelight I watched that face, so young, and yet in its lifeless eyes, holding a knowledge so old, so ancient. Then As the first sleek sliver of the moon rode the night sky, that face began to change. Each night, gazing into those fathomless eyes, I entered a dream so deep, so dark, it goes beyond memory. But when I woke each dawn, there was a flush of beauty on the gypsy's skin, the merest sign of brushed color from the sunrise. Her life was flowing back. I could not even pray. I felt so crushed by this dark power. And then, at the full moon, she awoke.
You have served me well, priest. Where is my Lord Dracula?
I am here.
Welcome, my lord.
Go, priest. This is no place for you.
I am young again, Vlad Tepesh.
And beautiful as the risen moon.
As full and as fertile. Fitting for the fruit of dragon seed.
You cannot know that.
It will be a son.
My son.
And your pledge to Lucifer.
What?
It is the price of knowledge. Accept.
I accept.
There is a pact to be signed.
I will sign it.
In blood, my lord. In blood.
Do you think I'm afraid? Here is my blade.
Oh, put aside your sword. What I take with an ace.
In his great passion for the witch girl, the grim castle of Tirgovishte became the center of life for Dracula. His bands of cruel mercenaries terrorized the lands about him still, but Vlad Dracula never rode with them. His was a darker exploration.
Do not cease your prayers, priest. I only observe.
Leave me, witch!
Does my presence trouble you? Is the looseness of my perfumed hair a hindrance to proper prayer? Do these naked shoulders move you?
Begone, child of evil!
We have a bond, you and I.
No!
Those empty dreams. Do you remember? That life could be yours.
I will not remember.
That cross. Discarded. It is the last barrier between us. Then you will recall that dream and see clearly all that was promised you in every sweet detail.
I call upon all the saints and God Almighty to protect me from your evil tongue.
Oh, be silent, priest. Save your holy curses for the poor. Or I will set a mark on you. One you will long remember.
The blessing of God protected me from knowing her meaning. But those dark dreams were like a mighty silence looming over me. I feared what it contained, for I sensed those dreams were interwoven with a choice I had to make. But the decision was too great for me alone. I needed help.
This is as far as I can take you, priest. You'll come out in the cellars of the coaching inn.
And he will be there.
If Dracula's spies haven't caught him already.
And if they have?
They'll have made him talk, won't they?
You mean they'll know of this tunnel?
And you'll be taken at the other end.
I will tell nothing.
You'll talk. They always do. I know what they get up to in the way of persuasion. It isn't pretty.
You're risking your life.
Not if we're lucky, and you come back before dawn. If you don't...
It means I never will.
Remember what I said. Get the news to Lord Istvan. He'll know what to do.
But my son...
Get on, priest. You haven't much time.
Who's there? Miklos? It's me. Look at my face. Father Benedict. Brother Jacob. Is he here? Come out of there and shut the cover. Yes, he's here. Just finishing a baptism.
Thank God. The people still have their faith.
Not all. There's some that take his lordship sober. That's why I'm on guard. Give you a surprise, did I?
I thought it was a trap.
And so it could be, Father.
My son. Jacob. God's blessing on you.
And you also, Father. But better give thanks to God that Miklos is with us. You are too trusting.
But I know Miklos. I christened his children. That wouldn't have saved you, Father.
Why have you come?
I can live with such evil only by knowing there is hope here. I had to come.
You are free of him now. Escape. Join us.
He would kill every soul in Tirgovista.
I know. I am bound to him by the sword. I must remain there in that grim castle.
In spite of the degradation he thrusts upon you.
It is enough to know that faith still exists, my son. Will you pray with me?
Miklos, keep watch. I'll take Father Benedict into the chapel.
A chapel? Here?
The wine cellars of the inn are like catacombs. Where better? Come.
In the deepest wine vault, the sight of that makeshift altar, covered as it was with an unembroidered cloth, filled my heart with love. And I wept to be within the grace of Christ once more. But what monk Jacob next related to me left us both in deep despair.
It is always the young that are taken. 3 so far.
Innocent children. But why? For what vile purpose?
It is said they are used as sacrifice.
By the witch girl?
For their blood.
She is the most evil creature I have ever known.
But more than a witch, a Satanist.
God help us all.
You are in the greatest danger.
Where she leads Dracula, I cannot follow. Nor can I defy her power. I can only pray.
There are great forces against us.
Here you have the people and their faith.
But a faith that's kept well hidden. The people are like me, afraid.
There is one hope. Vlad's son, Istvan.
He finds glory skirmishing the Turks for King Matthias Corvinus.
He is not out of reach.
2 days' ride.
The people of Tirgovista are his people. He will help us.
He is as cruel a lord as his father.
But more just.
He cannot give judgment in his father's kingdom while his father rules, when it is his.
That may never come to pass.
What?
The witch girl is with child.
Dracula's greatest wish.
Can you imagine a spawn of that corruption?
But what of Istvan's rights as son?
They mean nothing. This child of Lucifer will have everything, including all the powers of darkness that his vile mother will breed into him.
They say Vlad Dracula's bloodline stems from Genghis Khan.
Can such a monster live again?
Istvan loves his father deeply.
It has not returned.
He is a Christian, dedicated to serving King Matthias Corvinus against the infidel.
Would he stand by and see his father brought into corruption?
If his inheritance depended upon it, yes.
Then he must be persuaded.
And soon.
I am helpless. Dracula's captive.
It is not your mission. I will go to Istvan myself. Tonight.
I returned to my prison. At every step of my journey back into darkness, I considered how easy it would be for me to escape, as Jacob had pleaded, and so avoid the future that awaited me. But then, in my mind's eye, I saw the town of Tirgovista, razed to the ground, its sole monument a forest of impaled corpses. Was this the sum of all my days? Another ironic alternative offered me in the diabolic game of chess between Vlad Dracula and one poor priest. On the night of the first full moon, Vlad Dracula came to his satanic baptism. Commanded by him, I was there. But I wept as I was drawn into that corrupted house of God.
Horned Master, Lord of the 3 kingdoms, the 3 faces of the moon, the 3 rings of power, know me, your daughter, as I dance here before you.
All sacred images had been thrown down, and in their place, corrupting symbols of the flesh now stood. The altar black-draped and gauded with occult markings, had on it the tools of their revolting practices. A single black candle flickered with unearthly light, and I fell to my knees, transfixed by the lewdness of her dance.
Melikazada, Varerishus, Raphael, I conjure you by the power of the lost tetragrammaton, Habayoth. Draw this person unto you, through me, your daughter in evil. Vlad Dracula, name your will of him to whom all creatures are obedient. Him, the wielder of the words of power by which the elements are overthrown. The sea is turned back, earth shudders, and all the host of heaven, earth, and hell tremble and are confounded.
I desire oneness with the horned god through you.
How shall that joining together be?
As the moon covers the sun.
From that dark union comes new life. So shall you be renewed by this consummation of dark power.
Oh, Sabaoth!
The last image I recall was the face of the gypsy, alive with dark triumph, as she and Dracula came together in that unholy union. But I was to be spared that ultimate defilement, for God, in his mercy, struck me blind. My blindness gave me strength. I was not helpless, for I knew the castle from long past, and its darkness was my friend. But I was not free of Dracula. I could still hear. I could still feel, even sense the wickedness committed in my sightless presence. And I was aware of metamorphosis. The voice of Dracula, a man of nearly 60 years, grew younger, full of a new majesty and of darkness past my understanding.
Soon, my lord, the secrets will be yours. At the satanic baptism of our child.
You have given me knowledge, power, and great joy.
Look in this glass.
I do not need mirrors to tell me who I am.
Look hard. What do you see?
Vlad Dracula, as I was at the great battle of Nandothehevar.
20 years ago.
And you, how old are you?
Older than the mountains that hold this castle to the earth.
As old as the moon itself.
But she renews herself from death to life.
As you did also.
In a village of old women, I alone stayed young. They came to envy me the richness of my hair, the firmness of my body. Their envy turned to hate. When you found me, that hate had turned to fear. They called me witch. But only you know the secret of my death and renewal.
The ceremony of blood.
It is your secret, too. But we must beware.
No one in Tergovishta knows you for anything but young. But they know me.
The priest sees nothing now but Captain Ferenc. He fought with you at that great victory 20 years ago. He looks at you and frowns.
Then he must die. I will wipe away the past. When those all about me are gone, who will know them?
You cannot kill them all.
I have killed thousands.
There is no need. There are many ways to be reborn.
Is this some new sorcery? A spell to give me new form?
The secret of the seasons. Nothing more. What is born must die. To be reborn.
What are you asking of me?
Trust me.
Father Benedict.
Lord Istvan? My son, blessings upon you.
You are blind.
I know this place. I know your voice.
But why isn't my father here to greet me? Have I offended him? What is wrong?
My son, he is a dying man.
What? Was the monk Jacob right? Is it witchcraft?
You will see him in his chamber.
This gypsy wife.
He loves her. Do not speak against her before him.
Is her power so great?
This is not the time or place for questions, my lord.
What is your fear? If you will not answer, then my father will. Take me to him.
At his command. Otherwise, I dare not.
Old man, do not play with me. I am the son of Vlad Dracula. Stand aside.
The priest speaks truth, my lord.
Captain, put back your sword.
No man draws close to my Lord Dracula without his word. Move now, and my men will act.
I am his son.
Times have changed, my lord.
You will pay for this with your life.
Do not rebuke him, my son. If he lets you past, he dies. Impaled outside the castle wall.
Kill my father! Tell him I am here!
He knows, my Lord Istvan.
Who is this woman?
Did you expect a crone or an unwashed slut? I'm the gypsy, Militza, wife to Lord Dracula. Your stepmother.
Where is my father?
I will take you to him. Come. No need to stare at my belly so. Your sibling brother is not ready for you yet. Come, blind priest. Lead us.
He's like a fallen tree.
The once mighty Vlad Tepes.
Space. He had the majesty of eagles once. Now, he is old.
Speak to him, my son. Gently.
My Lord Dracula, your son Istvan is here.
Father?
Must you weep before me? Are you a child?
Istvan is moved that you're sick, my lord.
Why are there no doctors here?
It is too late, I know it.
No.
Let him accept death. Leave him now.
You do not command me. He has not asked or answered me as yet.
Your battles do not interest me.
I want to speak of you. And what has brought you to this? Why do you refuse to fight? Where is the warrior in you?
You are talking to a dying man, Istvan. He's not interested in your questions.
What I ask is important.
Concerning what?
My inheritance.
How well timed is your return?
How well timed is your bastard brat?
My son, give your father peace.
Why aren't you praying for his life, priest? Why is he being allowed to die?
It is his wish. Now go.
I want him to live.
Obey her.
Father, it is my right to stay.
I order you to go. Your allegiance is to the king. Go to him. Serve him well. Bring honor to our name. But do not stay here.
Come, my son. He sleeps.
He looks so helpless. Why does no one help him?
Because they wish him peace. What do you wish, apart from your inheritance?
Do not challenge me. I am his blood, his heir.
Look into my eyes. Know my power.
You are evil.
You are nothing. Go.
Come inside. There is food and drink in the great hall.
Brother Jacob was right. This place is like an open tomb. The soldiers skulk like assassins. There's a stench of decay in every room.
If you had only come sooner.
Is it too late? Tell me the truth, Father.
He is beyond our help now. She has won.
You speak too soon. When I inherit...
You will have nothing here.
It is the law.
He can change it at a word from her.
He must be made to live. Father, pray for him day and night. I will summon doctors, physicians.
He will be dead before they arrive.
You are so sure. Why?
I know her power.
I do not need to see her face.
And you accept it? You, who were once so close to him?
I am tired, my son. I have fought a mighty battle. And by his death, I will find release. At last.
A battle?
For his very soul.
He must die within the church.
He cannot, unshriven.
Then absolve him. It is your duty before God.
To receive God's mercy, Dracula must first confess. To confess, he must acknowledge God. He will not.
Then he will end unconsecrated.
His last gesture of defiance against Christ.
Priest, you're wanted, quickly.
What is it, Captain?
Not the end yet, my lord, but he wants the priest.
As witness?
Pray God he will recant.
Not while she's by his side.
Then remove her, Captain.
I wouldn't dare, my lord. And neither would you. Come, priest.
Do you see freedom, priest? Now that I am nearly gone?
No, my lord. I have no victory to offer God.
While I lived, you had hope.
Like God's mercy. Everlasting.
Then you will never be free.
My lord?
Did you expect a recantation?
Why else was I sent for?
As my witness.
To this, Vlad Dracula's final testament, and to his moment of death.
Sign.
Huh? I will guide your hand, old man. It is done.
What have I witnessed?
The will of Dracula. You will know its contents soon.
You fear what it contains.
Nothing is yours while he still lives.
If you could see, you would know he will die tonight.
You shall not thrust him headlong into death. I shall remain and pray.
But that is his wish.
His wish?
Blind man. You cannot see the night sky. Tonight is the new moon.
I sat by my lord, waiting for him to die. I knew her meaning. Memories of that terrifying vigil at her side pressed down upon me. The growing of the moon would bring even greater power to her. I was helpless before her, as was Captain Ferenc. Only Ishvan himself could rebel, as he surely would when the contents of that dying testament were made known. Suddenly the air of the chamber grew unearthly cold. The gaunt hand I held was rigid in my grasp. There was no pulse. Vlad V, Lord of Wallachia, was dead. I bowed my head and wept for his lost soul. At the heart of the great citadel of Tirgovishte was set the funeral vault that held the ancestors of Vlad V, including his mighty father, who found honor with John Hunyadi against the Turkish infidels. I could find no blessing fit to give, but a silent prayer, commending him to God's mercy. Then the iron gates were closed, and Vlad's testament was read.
This is the testament of Vlad, son of Vlad Dracul. In that my brother Radu is dead before me, no man is more fit to hold my power and possessions than Vlakim, my exiled brother.
What? Go on, Clark. Finish.
It is all his, to hold or share as he will judge. Witnessed, Benedict Estegom, priest.
Who is this Vlakim?
Your father's brother.
Captain Ferenc rides to him now beyond the mountains. In 13 days, they will return, and this castle will have a new lord.
Captain Ferenc was never seen again. But the man he sought, Vlachim, came to the citadel of Tirgovishta out of that terrifying storm, its towering clouds hiding the full moon. Even I, set in perpetual darkness, felt the awful power of that dark night.
Father Benedict, he is here. A black Magyar coat with a matched fore, all jet black. I saw it from the west turret.
Tell me what this Vlachim is like, my son.
I didn't see him enter. Come with me to the great hall. He must be there by now.
The storm brought you to us swiftly, my lord.
Swifter still. No, but you greet me.
I am only your brother's widow, tolerated here, not welcome.
She leans close to him like a whore.
Their voices.
She must be stopped.
Where is Istvan and the priest?
I am here.
Where is Captain Ferenc, my lord?
He is dead.
How did he die?
In saving me from assassins on the mountain road.
He was an honest man.
Then you made your way here alone?
Tirgovishta is not unknown to me.
When were you here last?
Why do you question me? I am your lord, not some traveling merchant. Give me the respect that is due.
Forgive him, Lord Vlachim. The death of his father makes him harsh-mannered.
I'm a soldier. I hold fast to facts.
So then remember that I, too, suffered that same loss.
After so many years?
Did he not speak of me, priest?
Never.
Your name was never spoken of as Uncle Radu's was.
You doubt me. And there is envy in your voice.
I have an inheritance.
You have nothing other than what I grant. Step carefully with me, Istvan.
I am my father's son. I have rights.
Your father is dead.
Through her witchcraft, her sorcery destroyed him.
Priest, is there proof that this is true? Did you see with your own eyes?
I am blind, as you can well see.
Then you saw nothing.
He is old, and his mind twisted with grief. He had a great affection for my lord Vlad Tepes.
Then I shall honor you, priest, and you in turn will serve me.
And her? Will you honor her obligation to my father, her bastard conceived on Satan's altar?
Your brother?
No!
Of your blood, your father's line.
Hers alone. She is evil, and she is damned, and so is her brat. Reject her.
You spit upon your father's memory.
I honor his name.
But you reject this unborn child, his seed.
Yes.
Reject the child, reject the father. So, you in turn are rejected. Go now.
My lord, hear his case.
Priest, be silent. He has made his choice. He will leave Tirgovishta at dawn.
I refuse.
Then you will never leave these walls alive.
My lord, let me speak with him. Let me persuade him.
Please, I will not.
Nephew, you have until sunrise. Listen to this priest in his wisdom, and be gone by then. Or you will inherit only death.
I tell you, father, I will not escape. I will kill him first.
This passage does not lead to safety, my son.
Where then?
To your father's tomb. Inside these gates.
Father, explain.
My son, blindness takes away sight, but it keens the mind, bringing truth where seeing brings only confusion.
Tell me.
Your father was murdered.
By witchcraft? You have the proof?
If I am right, he will be different.
How?
There are ways, more secret and more vile, going back into ancient legend.
Her ways?
I believe she is a vampire.
God protect us.
All the evidence of her dark powers, her catalepsy at the waning of the moon, my own unspeakable nightmares as I sat in vigil beside her drained body.
What was it you saw?
Every dawn, her white body. Now, with more life, and under that pallid skin, the flush of fresh blood.
And my father?
Was her victim.
What must we do?
If he has been killed by a vampire, he is of the undead. He, too, must live for blood. Like her, he will change, take on that beastly form, and go out into darkness, only to return, satiated at dawn.
Even from the tomb?
Even from the grave.
But why him? Why not you, who sat at her side, helpless and unknowing?
This crucifix.
I have no such protection.
I have brought you this. Take it and wear it always. Her power is great.
And this Vlachim, what is he?
Her accomplice. Her familiar.
The devil himself. You did not see his eyes.
I have seen hers, remember. And I was in terror.
Then she and Vlachim must be destroyed. But how?
In the ritual manner. But first, your father. His redemption can only come from you. And it is a hideous act.
Tell me.
The ritual calls that he must be transfixed through the heart with iron. If he is a vampire, there will be a great fountain of blood, and he will groan in terror.
But he will be saved.
Not until you have severed his head and prayed before it at a holy shrine.
My own
if
father.
any part of the ritual fails, if it is not completed before sunrise, all will be in vain. He will escape us, only to reappear elsewhere as deadly and as evil as before.
But if we destroy him?
He is her victim. God's mercy will warm and succor him until he has atoned. And what we do will not be in vain.
Let us go in. Here is his casket.
It will be unfastened, ready for his return.
And when he comes...
You must act quickly. Here's the iron stake. Your sword must shear his head.
But guide me.
Open the casket. Do not be dismayed, my son. It is empty now, but he will return.
It is not empty.
God, what have I done?
It is filled with earth and stones. Why? What have they done with my father's body?
Then he is not dead. There is no brother. Vlachim is Vlad himself. Like her, grown young.
See, the full moon, Militza.
And the town below.
A silver toy.
Our plaything.
By dawn, Istvan will be gone.
It will be our citadel alone. Our kingdom of the undead.
They will serve us well, my people.
My lord, there is a child to be fed.
Then let us go down.
Children taken from the village. The sorcery, the satanic mass.
All of it, the ceremony of blood.
I say we should take the castle.
No, my son. It must be the two vampires, by stealth, before dawn.
We're enough. Let's kill them swiftly.
Peace, Miklos, my son.
None for me until they're dead, father.
Miklos's daughter was the 10th to be taken.
There will be no more.
Then let's act.
There's little time before the dawn. Soon they must return.
Brother Jakob, you and Miklos know what has to be done. The ritual.
Aye.
But Vlad Dracula must be Lord Istvan's sacrifice.
To God.
It will be done. I will not draw back. Let us get to their chamber quickly.
We'll need torches.
No, my blind eyes will guide us through the shadows.
We have all else we need, then.
Swords, the iron shafts, and hammer.
To each of us, a crucifix. And I have holy water to purify that evil place.
This will not be easy. Let us pray.
Each man to himself, then.
We've no more time for words.
Kill them first. We'll pray for forgiveness later.
She's there. Upon the bed, alone.
Act swiftly then, by God we will.
Who's there?
She's awake. She's sitting up.
Do not look into our eyes.
Too late, blind man.
God have mercy upon us.
They are my slaves. Would you know my power? Miklos,
Yes, my lady.
do you see the night sky?
I do, my lady.
It is the kingdom of the owl, the nighthawk, and the moon.
No!
Go from the window, Miklos. Cast yourself down into the arms of night.
Do not command him.
Who shall be next, priest?
Spare them.
Only if you come to me.
I cannot.
Then they die. Choose.
I am blind.
Then I will come to you. Only throw down your holy cross. And I will bind you to me with a kiss.
I could only obey. But I had one small hope left. I threw the crucifix down and waited. I could smell her white body, the fragrance of her hair, the moist heat of her mouth. As face close to mine, she spoke.
So, priest, I set my mouth upon your neck, and you are mine.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit!
I had drenched her vile form with holy water, and the spell was broken.
Priest, what has happened? Stand back. Do not let her touch you, Father. She's changing.
What have you done? She's old. She's withering, crumbling into dust.
She is nothing. God give peace to her tormented soul.
Listen, that wind, he comes. Hold fast to God. Into the shadows. As he takes his human form, pinion and tie him from behind. Dear God, destroy our enemies in evil. We have him. Mistake. Priest, you have betrayed me. I am blind to your evil.
Then your eyes shall be opened to truth. My son, do not destroy me.
In the name of God, die! Oh, God, the blood! Will nothing stop the blood? Do not stop now! His head! His head! Father, I beg your forgiveness. Use your sword! I cannot! You must! In the name of God! Now! Jesus, forgive me when I do! God's mercy sanctifies you, my son. But our task is not finished yet. We have shamed him enough. Give me the head. No! No hand shall touch it but mine. So wrap it in your cloak and bring it. Where? The cell, which is my room. There is an altar there and candles. We shall pray together for his salvation. It is cold here, like the tomb.
It is the only sacred place in this whole castle. Bolt the door fast, my son. Set the head down between the holy candles.
I have never wept for a man before.
He was your father. Pray for him.
Istvan, my son, you are forever damned.
At the sound of that terrible voice, scales fell from my eyes, and I could see.
For what you have done, I pity you.
Standing there in the shattered doorway was my Lord Dracula, cloaked and grim, whole and commanding,
He pointed at the altar, and we choked with horror and despair.
Look! See your act of justice.
God have mercy! The head, set so piously between the candles, was not Dracula's. It was Brother Jacob.
Do you see now, priest? And you thought you had won.
Your sorcery has tricked us, but God will prevail.
You have trifled with God once too often. The sword is set against you.
You are evil, evil.
But I know God. And for that, pity me.
Pity? For you? Dracula the Impaler, the vampire. Let Satan take pity on his own.
He has no claim on me. My crime was to seek revenge against my God. Now I must suffer the irony of God's vengeance in my turn.
Pray for his everlasting mercy.
He is a cruel God, but just, and bitter in his judgment. What I am now is no triumph. I feed on evil and am sickened by it. For I have spat upon the face of God, and like the wandering Jew, I am condemned to immortality, an eternity of blood and evil. Pity me.
This petty lord, tainted with the same evil as his father, Vlad Tepes the Impaler, is condemned with ample proof for the brutal killing of an honest monk, Brother Jacob Cachuli, in this year of grace, 1476. The whole bloodline of evil rests with Istvan Dracula. The only remedy for such evil on earth is death. Let it be done.
Her eyes, Father, golden like a giant cat, yet dark, too, as the night owl's orbs. She was the queen of night. Did you have her, Father? She touched a priest once. How he must have burned, as I did, as my father did, in a hellfire of the flesh. Fire that consumed. They say the axe blade is hot as it shears the neck. Did you warm to that melting heat her mouth? Did you beg silently for her mouth upon your neck? Did you bleed?
My son.
My lord, it's time.
There's freedom out there.
Freedom and a short walk, my lord.
I'm glad it's morning. We see so many terrors by moonlight.
And you, Father, were you ever really blind?
I watched him walk bravely to the scaffold. Kneeling, he glanced once at the sky, and the shadow of a bird in flight passed across his face. The axe blade flashed. The head fell cleanly. It was done. With his death, my chronicle is ended. It is a bitter testament to truth, for with it my days of grace are past. Now, like Lord Istvan, I bow to the axe, for as the devil's witness, I had no witness of my own. Miklos is dead. Jacob is dead. Istvan is dead. Of the gypsy girl there is no trace. They say I was her accomplice in the murder of her lord, Vlad Tepes. For that, and as Istvan's unholy helper, I am condemned. But I smile bitterly as I see the axe that ends me is two-edged, double-headed as my fate. I have lived by truth, and in it I die. My judges think that by ending my life, they end the sorcery of Tirgovishte. They think that by executing Istvan, the evil is destroyed. They are fools. The jailer, he will understand. But will you, for whom this chronicle is written? I tell you, Dracula lives.
In Lord Dracula by Brian Hales, the part of Dracula was played by Kenneth Haig, with Nigel Stock as Father Benedict, Leanne Orkin as Melitza, and John Rowe as Istvan. Gareth Armstrong played Jacob, Hedley Niklaus Elonia, and Don Henderson Captain Ference. Also in the cast were George Woolley, Betty Mallet, Patricia Green, Graham Rigby, and Philip Barber. The fanfares were composed by Stephen Hancock and played by a section of the Langley Band. The special effects were by the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the production in Birmingham was by Anthony Cornish.
Goblin Feet by J.R.R. Tolkien. Read for LibriVox.org by Kim Stish. I am off down the road where the fairy lanterns glowed, and the little pretty flittermice are flying. A slender band of grey it runs creepily away, and the hedges and the grasses are a-sighing. The air is full of wings and of blundering beetle things that warn you with their whirring and their humming. Oh, I hear the tiny horns of enchanted leprechauns, and the padding feet of many gnomes a-coming. Oh, the lights! Oh, the gleams! Oh, the little tinkly sounds! Oh, the rustle of their noiseless little robes! Oh, the echo of their feet, of their little happy feet! Oh, their swinging lamps in little starlit globes! I must follow in their train down the crooked fairy lane, where the coney rabbits long ago have gone, and where silverly they sing in a moving moonlit ring, all a-twinkle with the jewels they have on. They are fading round the turn where the glowworms palely burn, and the echo of their padding feet is dying. Oh, it's knocking at my heart. Let me go. Oh, let me start, for the little magic hours are all a-flying. Oh, the warmth. Oh, the hum. Oh, the colors in the dark. Oh, the gauzy wings of golden honey flies. Oh, the music of their feet, of their dancing goblin feet. Oh, the magic! Oh, the sorrow when it dies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.